Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Take your first step toward a future in excellence.
East-West group of institutions with over 50 years of academic excellence, offering courses in engineering, architecture, management, pharmacy, nursing, degree, PUC and Polytechnic at Campus 1 Magadi Road and Campus 2 Yelahanka New Town, Bengaluru. Your journey to a great future begins with us.
Embark on a gainful career, a career that gives you immense returns. The Company Secretary course. The Companies Act 2013 confers a special status to Company Secretary as the key managerial personnel and has bracketed him along with Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer or Manager, Whole-Time Director or Chief Financial Officer. So, what does this mean for you? That there is no dearth of lucrative employment once you complete this course. The Company Secretary course opens up a world of new opportunities. Here's how you can start your journey of growth. The pathway to become a Company Secretary starts with the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Exam, CSEET. Graduating to the executive program and finally moving up to the professional program. After that, you have to take the pre-membership training followed by the CS membership. Company Secretary course is the perfect gateway into the corporate world and provides the perfect opportunity to lead the governance culture too. For the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Test, the eligibility is 10+2 and for Executive Program, students having passed CSEET and Foundation Program are eligible. Choose an excellent career opportunity as a Company Secretary with ICSI.
The Best Medical Entrance Training Institute of the Year South India Award goes to Shaheen Group of Institution. Dr. Abdul Qadir established Shahi Group of Institution at Bidar in the year 1989 to educate the poor and marginalized mass of Bidar district. He started it as a visionary endeavor in one room tenement accommodating 18 students and now has evolved into a major center of academic excellence.
Shaheen Civil Service Academy offers 3-year BA BSc BCom integrated with UPSC, a dedicated program for most of the esteemed careers such as IAS, IPS, IFS, CA, CAD and CLAD. It also offers 1-year exclusive course for UPSC, a professionally designed course structure dedicated to meet complete requirements of UPSC.
Acharya Bangalore B School ABBS, established over a decade ago in India's technology corridor. ABBS is one of the fastest growing institutes which draws top students across the country. Accredited by NAC A grade, NBA and IACBE USA, ABBS represents the finest quality of education and real-world experiences. Witness true experiential learning at ABBS and learn from top faculty and industry experts. ABBS offers programs such as MBA, MCom, PGDM, BBA, BBA Aviation Management, BCom, BCA, BA Journalism and BSc Biotechnology and Genetics. Take control of your career. Apply now. Call us at 9141707070 or visit us at www.abbs.edu.in. Start your journey with ABBS. One campus, infinite dreams.
Hello everyone, very good morning. A warm welcome to the third day of the Hindu Education Plus Career Counselling Digital Conclave. Experts from the industry will talk about career opportunities in various streams like commerce, architecture, law, pure science, medicine, engineering, administrative services, etc. I'm Anuja Ganesh from the Hindu group and I'll be moderating the sessions. We have had an overwhelming response for the conclave with over 10,000 plus logged in from different cities. Thanks to the students and parents who have registered for this webinar. Thanks to our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions Chennai, and Cambridge Institute of Technology. Our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions Bidar, Gnanadarshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We shall begin our first session on law. We have with us Dr. Aditya Sondhi, a senior advocate practicing before the High Court of Karnataka and the Supreme Court of India. He has served as Additional Advocate General for Karnataka from 2016 to 2018. Dr. Sondhi graduated from the National Law School of India University in 1998, where he has later taught various batches. He has lectured widely in India and abroad and has published 2 works of non-fiction with Penguin India. We would now request Sondhi. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Ms. Anuja Ganesh.
Thank you, sir,
for this invitation, and thank you to the Hindu group for putting together this series of talks. I think they're very welcome and are in the interest of the student community. Now, I'm going to speak to you for about 20 to 25 minutes and then keep ample time for questions, because I believe there will be many questions around the study of law. I'm very pleased to see that the pursuit of law has become a priority choice with students over these years. I think that's a development of the last 2.5 decades. And a lot of credit for that paradigm shift, I think, belongs to Dr. Madhav Menon, who set up the National Law School in Bangalore, where I was privileged to study. But I do want to first begin by saying that when any of you choose to pursue the law as a course of instruction, you need to be clear in your mind that is your ambition to become a lawyer down the line, or is it simply to get admitted to the National Law School of India in Bangalore? Because I want to be very frank, I've been quite astounded to find that there are students who actually take a gap year to study for the entrance for the National Law School, and intend to go to the NLS Bangalore or nowhere else. And that is a little sort of disturbing to me, because that amounts to putting all your eggs in one basket. And I can tell you, with the experience of having studied at the law school and having taught there and having had several juniors and interns from not just the NLS, but from other NLUs and other law schools in India, that misconception needs to be cleared in your mind. Is your ambition an institutional ambition, that is to get into a particular institution, or is your ambition a professional ambition, which is to pursue a course of study? And I think you need to be clear on that upfront, that if you have a passion for the law and you want to pursue the law, then yes, you must write the respective law examinations that take place. The CLAT was the sort of the nodal examination, but then the law school has introduced the NLAT, and the judgment from the Supreme Court is awaited today. But let me make it clear to you that if you have an interest in the law, then you mustn't be fixated with getting into a particular law school alone. That's not how the cookie crumbles. Recently, statistics were placed before the High Court by the Bar Council of Karnataka, pointing out that of the 800 or so students who have graduated from NLS Bangalore over these years, a mere 33 of them have joined the bar in Karnataka. Now, if you do the maths, that is approximately about 4% of a batch. And even if you add to that the few students in other states who may have joined the practice of the law in other high courts or the Supreme Court, that percentage will not be marginally higher than 4% of each batch. And there is therefore, I think, a message in those statistics that all streams and all rivers lead to the sea. If you want to practice the law, it's not imperative that you need to have gone to A law school or B law school. And now, honestly, over these 25 years or so, since the NLS was conceived, in fact, longer, we were formed in 88. So that is 30 years plus. The game has changed, and the number of good law schools that have emerged over the years has substantially increased. And therefore, you should take faith in the fact that your options are now galore. Perhaps in 93, when many of us considered the law school stood head and shoulders above every other, because there was really no comparable model of study. But I think the process has led to competition, it has led to realization and introspection. And today, every law school, not just necessarily the NLUs or those that are part of CLAD, every law school has kind of pulled up its socks and has developed a course of study, a course of internships, etc., which makes the study of the law far more interesting and vibrant. And therefore, please be clear in your mind that if you are interested in studying law, don't get fixated with one institution alone, because two things can happen with that outcome. If you don't get into the law school of your choice, then you're inherently disappointed. That disappointment leads to a certain emotional scarring. You know, I wanted to go to Oxford after school, after my 12th standard. That didn't work out. And for more than a couple of years, I felt inherently upset with the fact that I didn't get to go to the university of my choice. If only somebody had counseled me, like you are now being counseled, that it doesn't matter. I mean, if you're really keen on going somewhere, then you should give it a second shot or a third shot if you're that particularly keen. But more importantly, I think the message needed to be that institutions don't alone define who you are. I think each of you must take faith in the fact that you have a set of skills and talents that will thrive notwithstanding where you go. It's not that your skills and talents will only blossom in a particular university. Yes, they might, but that's not to say that they won't in other places. And if you then put all your eggs in one basket and don't end up getting into the law school of your choice, you're going to feel inherently disappointed. You're going to feel emotionally scarred, and you don't need that when you're beginning your study. You need to rest assured that in the real world, especially in the world of practice that I belong to, having gone to a particular university or the other doesn't really matter. It comes down to your work ethic, your ability to work hard, your life experience, and your application of your learning, which comes only by practicing and learning the hard way and not necessarily based on your CV or the degrees that you have. On the other side, if you do make it to the law school of your choice, yes, of course, you're going to be thrilled about it. But it's also going to give you a sort of a sense of entitlement or elitism that you've got boasting rights now, having made it to a top university. And let me assure you, that's not good for you either. There was a talk recently that a friend of mine sent me by a thinker called Scott Galloway. And he says that in the USA, the universities have become a new caste system of their own. Because if you've gone to one of the elite Ivy League universities, you seem to think of yourself as superior to others. And that's not good for you. Universities and colleges are meant to train you to be elite in terms of thinking elite, in being intellectually elite, but that's not to be mistaken with elitism, where you look down or talk down to people. And trust me, none of that attitude helps when you get into the real world. In fact, you will be disliked for it. You will not even be ready for the real world if you have that attitude and that chip on your shoulder. And many times getting into a university of your choice makes you drop your guard, because you say, fine, now I've reached a milestone. I've achieved my ambition of getting into University X. And then you may not have the fire in the belly to work hard through those 5 years of law school, which can be pretty rigorous. And you'll find that your other friends who may not have got into the #1 university are in fact doing far better than you, because they're more driven and are more charged with their life choices. So please keep this in mind, that there is a difference between a professional ambition. It's not to say that if you want to be an engineer, you must go to IIT and IIT alone. Or if you want to be a doctor, you must go to AIMS and AIMS alone. No. You go out and do an empirical study, and you will find some of the best practitioners may not have gone to some of these top universities. They may have, but they may not have. And beyond a point, it matters little. It comes down largely to your ability as well to do well. And please keep that in mind, because I see this very often, that the fixation with going to a particular law school is so much that you can't think beyond that. And then you're hugely disappointed if that doesn't work out. And I can say this with some moral standing, because I've gone to the law school myself, right? It's not that this is a case of sour grapes that I'm placing before you. So please, friends, keep this aspect in mind. The other thing that I want to say to you is, from the statistics that I shared with you, of 33 of 800 having joined the practice of the law in Karnataka, there is another message to be taken, which is a positive message, which is that there is a great variety after having done the law. I can scarcely think of any other course of study that gives you the kind of latitude to go laterally across jobs and professions as the law does. And if I look at my batch from the law school itself, people are doing a whole bunch of things and very interesting things. I mean, from being in social activism, working with the UN, working with NGOs, being partners in top corporate law firms, being in-house legal counsel to companies, to the IAS. My classmate Shrikar, I think, came second All India in the IAS, and he was one of the early guys to have gotten into the civil services. I believe you've had speakers from the civil service and the IPS and so on. You just might have seen a photograph of Jayadev in the advertisements that were playing, and Jayadev was my intern, and I'm very proud of him. He stood 5th in the All India UPSC examination. And therefore, you will find that the law is compatible with a great deal of choices. They need not even confine themselves to the law. If you want to go into academia, you want to get into public policy, you want to get into teaching of courses like philosophy outside of the law sets you up beautifully for it. And please remember that a lot of your political leaders are in fact lawyers by qualification, and it's no coincidence. Historically, many of our tall leaders have been lawyers, and there is therefore a charm to the law. It prepares your mind analytically, brings you very, very close to the realpolitik and the reality of the society that we live in. And that is a great advantage because it gives you multiple options as you graduate. And I think you should therefore keep that in mind, that being a lawyer does not necessarily mean putting on a black coat like some of us do and going to court and arguing cases, but it has multiple other options that you can pick and choose as you go along in the course of time. Those are not decisions you need to make today. Don't feel under that pressure. Those are decisions that you can make as you get along in the courses, you do your internships and so on, and you begin to discover where your interests lie. I would personally encourage all of you, if you choose to pursue the law, to very seriously consider the practice of the law. I can tell you there's nothing like it. The variety within the practice itself is amazing. 22 years into the practice, I can tell you no 2 days are similar. Every single day is interesting. Every case is new. The thrill of arguing a case is still unparalleled. And you will hopefully experience that. And you must therefore keep that in mind. I mean, within litigation, within dispute resolution, today, the world is an ocean. Everything from constitutional law to commercial law to arbitration to cyber law to space law, criminal law, intellectual property, arbitration. I mean, it's a fantastic and a fertile ground. And you would therefore be very enriched if you explore these options as you go along in the course of your study of the law. And you know, we lawyers, we're not just professionals. The practice of the law is an art. And if some of you have a leaning towards the arts, you will find that different parts of your brain and your gray cells are pressed into service when you think like an artist. We're not just artists, but we're artisans, right? An artisan is restrained by a certain discipline and effort that goes into the work that he or she does. But there's still an artistic element to it. And I said this recently when I spoke at a particular commencement, that there is a romance to the law that everyone must see. It's not a dry area at all. In fact, it's a beautifully creative space which gets your intellectual processes going. It gives you intellectual and ideological independence. And you will find that quite amazing should you choose to pursue it. Let me also say that the pursuit of the law, especially the practice of it, has another very serious element to it, which is justice delivery. And all of you are old enough to know when you're treated unfairly, right? That might have happened to you in a cross section of circumstances. It could be given out by an umpire in a cricket match when you hadn't nicked the ball. And unfortunately, in school cricket, there's no sort of DRS and third umpire and so on. So if the umpire says you're out, and you get packing. Or it could be a teacher who has marked you unfairly or who has scolded you unfairly. Or it could be a parent that may have unfairly denied a request that you've made. But you know that you've been hard done by. And that is injustice. And the profession of the law addresses that. It gives a voice to somebody who has been treated unfairly. Of course, the injustices in the real world are far more grave and serious than the examples I gave you. But the concept is the same, that when somebody has been treated unfairly, they need a voice. And who is that voice but a lawyer in a court where justice is delivered? And that is a beautiful process to be part of, friends. I of course, would urge you all to make your life choices consciously. I'm not here to make a pitch for the law. After all, there are great options outside the law as well. But I must be fair and tell you that this is an important facet of practicing the law. And you will find that very meaningful. When you speak for someone, you give them a voice. You bring them justice, and that is an extraordinary process, an almost divine process that judges and lawyers have defined. And when someone speaks for you, do you not feel vindicated? Do you not feel nice and warm that there is somebody listening to me and speaking up for me and taking up for me? That's a great feeling, right? It could be your own sibling or a classmate or a friend who stands up for you. And if you like that feeling, then I think the law is the place for you. And finally, friends, I want to make one other comment before I open the floor to questions. And that is that the legal system in most constitutional democracies, and more so in ours, is the system that defines the socio-political fabric of the country. Some of you may already know that in India, in the law, under the law as it stands, Parliament does not have absolute power to amend the constitution, right? So even if Parliament amends the constitution, that is always subject to the seal of approval of the Supreme Court. And therefore, in many ways, what Indian constitutionalism, what Indian society looks like and will look like in the years to come, in your future, in your generation, is going to be defined by the legal profession. Courts may approve government policies, they may disapprove government policies and strike them down. That's besides the point. But it is manifestly important to remember that the society that you grow up in and the politics of your time, especially the constitutional policies of your time, even if not the politics of your time, will depend on how the legal system views them. And that is, again, an important facet for you to be part of, right? If you want to be part of that process of defining what your India looks like, then very few professions will give you that option like the law does. And if you don't want to participate in it also, it's fine. But then you must be conscious that there are others who will be doing it for you, right? There will be others who will be part of that system. They will be part of that change. That change hopefully will be for the better. That's a different hypothetical situation. But rest assured that the interface of the legal system with the policies of the time will undoubtedly define the India that we live in. And for those of you who have that ambition as well, to be part of defining and redefining your country, I think the law will make a tremendous life choice for you. And I hope that you will all consider it seriously. I'll be happy to take questions that you have. And if we're short of time, then we can always do that informally later. Maybe the Hindu can share my coordinates with you. I've done a few talks around these themes, which are floating around on YouTube if you want to watch them. But let's straight away then get into the questions, which I see are quite a few.
Yeah, thank you. The first question is from Ms. Nandan. Good morning, sir. What is the difference between BA LLB and BA LLB honors?
Difference between BA LLB and BA LLB honors? Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, till the NLS was set up, there was no honors course as such. All degrees were BA LLB. The honors course is really a more vigorous and intensive law course and a method of study. And therefore, you find that those courses are structured in a far more intricate way. And they're more clinical in nature. So we had a lot of clinical courses and seminar courses, which was new to the study of the law. For a long time, the study of the law was textbook based. But then we were fortunate to have clinical courses where practitioners would come and take us through practical case study scenarios. We'd have seminars which were far more free and fluid. So you'll find that in the LLB honors courses, the structure of the law is far more vibrant and intricate. That's really the difference.
Okay. Next question is from Sneha Rajan. So what do you think about pursuing corporate law?
Yeah, corporate law is probably the most popular choice amongst young lawyers. There's a lot of money in it. there's a lot of money in the practice of the law as well, but there's a great more risk in practice. You tend to make money in the practice of the law only after putting in the hard years, and if you're able to establish a reputation, and there is therefore a risk there. In corporate law, it's a slightly safer option to take in that sense, but it's an interesting area of practice, and a lot of the equity markets, corporate transactional work that takes place is driven by corporate lawyers in law firms. And yes, it is an extremely popular choice, perhaps not as exciting as being in court, but still a popular choice.
The next participant wants a suggestion from you. He says, sir, a science student taking law degree for IAS preparation, is it helpful?
Yeah, why not? I mean, look, anyway, the law course that you choose is going to be a 5-year course, unless, of course, you choose a 3+3. You have that option also. One can do a BA or a BSc and then do a 3-year LLB course. Of course, that means 6 years of study to be a lawyer instead of 5. But a BSc, I think the regimen of studying science in your +2 trains your mind well. I regret having not done science in my +2. I did commerce, which was, I think, a lazy choice that I made. But the study of science, I think, gives you a slightly harsher regimen and prepares your mind better, I would think. Of course, it's subject to choices that you have. The humanities go very well with the law as well. But yes, in the preparation for UPSC, anyway, your preparation will take place over the years. So it's not necessary that you need to have done science or commerce or arts, in my opinion. But the practice and the preparation that you go through in doing science, in some ways, I think prepares your mind better for the intensity that the UPSC preparation takes. But let me be frank with you, friends. At the end of the day, also pick your courses in your +2 depending on what you really like to do. It doesn't necessarily have to be what your parents like or your teachers like. It may make me unpopular with the parents who are listening, but ultimately you also have to enjoy the courses that you do and let that drive your decision making.
Next is from Parameshwar. Good morning, sir. Myself, I am first PU arts student. How can I now improve my knowledge to further hold LLB degree?
Well, I think the law tutorials that are being offered these days are a good way to prepare. I think most people prepare for their law entrances based on that model, where old question papers and so on are worked on and your preparation takes place. So yes, if you're in your PUC, it would probably make sense to sign up for one of these tutorials. I had personally not undergone any tutorials myself. I remember having just picked up some of the older papers and worked on them. But it was also perhaps less competitive back then in '93 when we wrote the examination. So I think a good way of preparing for it would be to work on old papers and speak to people. Speak especially, I mean, many of us are now out of touch with what really goes on when it comes to examinations and so on, but speak to younger students. I'm sure you'll have friends and seniors from school and college who are in law colleges. Speak to them. They'll be able to guide you well on how to prepare for it. But I think the question paper method is a very safe way of doing it.
Yeah. This is from Deepu Krishnan. I have a background of engineering. I have an indication towards the public policy program at National Law School, Bangalore. How can I prepare for the course where you need a good perspective on development economics, analyzing the existing policies, etc.? Can you please guide me, sir?
Yeah, that's a good question. I suppose you were referring then to the Masters in Public Policy, which is a master's degree. It's not an undergrad degree. The MPP is a very, very good course and a very well structured course. It's one of the few public policy courses that is offered by a law school. So if you have a background, did you say in economics? Was that the question, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Existing development economics.
Yeah, analysis. I mean, perfectly well suited. I'm personally not sure how the admission process takes place, frankly, and maybe you would like to speak to some of the students who've done the MPP. But I've, I taught a course at the law school a couple of years ago on courts and national security. And this was a single credit course that had students right from the first year of BA LLB honors to the final year to the LLMs, to the MPP public policy students. And I was impressed with the perspectives that the public policy students brought, because their take in some ways not confined to the law alone. They're able to see broader. And in today's time of COVID reaction, you find that the answers don't lie only in medicine. They lie in public policy. They lie in how bureaucrats and policymakers react to situations. So yes, your study of the economics is perfectly well suited. You should consider that public policy course. I believe a few other universities, Bombay, I think, offers it. But as to the admission preparation and process, I'm afraid I have no personal knowledge.
Uma Rani, good morning, sir. For LLB, 5 years is best or 3 years is best? Please guide me.
Look, if you're in your 12th standard or your 11th standard and you've decided that you want to pursue the law, then I feel the 5-year course is much better because you're saving a year. What is the point in doing a 3-year graduation degree and then going into a further +3 for your law? It makes no sense. And in any case, I think the format of the 5-year courses in some way, like the other question that was asked regarding the honors, right? The LLB honors program is a well condensed and intensive course. So in that sense, I think the 5-year option is better. The only time I would suggest doing a 3+3 is if you're not sure about doing the law at all. If your heart's not in it and you commit to a 5-year course, you're not going to be able to pull out, right? After 2-3 years. And then you find yourself, in a sense, stuck for 5 years. And you don't want to be in that boat. On the other hand, if you do, say, a 3-year BA and use those 3 years to figure out if you really want to do the law, then you're well set to do a 3+3. And I've had juniors who've done sort of 3 years of journalism at Delhi University and then done 3 years at Delhi Law Faculty. That combination also works very well. Of course, it means it's going to take you 1 more year, but that gives you the advantage of making up your mind for sure that you want to do the law. But if you're reasonably sure that you want to do it, go with the 5-year course.
Okay. Santosh wants to know when we should write CLAT exam, after 2nd PUC or before 2nd PUC?
How do you write it before the 2nd PUC? At least I'm not aware if that option even exists.
I know.
So okay. I think you will have to get your 2nd PUC in place.
And then
write it.
Okay. Kamalpreet Kaur, thank you for the guidance, sir. I'm pursuing BA presently and will do LLB after that. Can you please tell me the career options after doing that and the right guidance for studying law?
Ma'am, the career options, I think I've spelt out in my earlier talk. They're very, very wide ranging. So please go back and listen to the part where I spoke about choices from litigation to working with NGOs to the UPSC, and in fact, getting out of the law also. If you want, a lot of friends I know are in the entrepreneurial space. They've done law and they have their own startups, which merge well with tech. And of course, they may not have the expertise, but they have the knowledge and the analysis that comes with studying the law. So the options are galore. The preparation also, I think, I think I've covered that in my talk. For you, the 3+3 option would be the right option to pursue. Yeah.
This is from Uma Rani. In law, which is best, sir? Either a criminal law or any other lawyer? Or is humanities a better stream to go ahead with law?
Look, those are two questions. Is humanities better? Not necessarily. I mean, yes, the humanities fit well with the law because a lot of the BA part of the BA LLB honors is related to courses in humanities, right? So if you have that tie up, it works well, especially if you have an interest in sociology and so on. But then there are universities that offer a BSc LLB as well. So it's not necessary that you need to have done one or the other. My advice remains the same, that your +2 choice should depend largely on what interests you. It need not be thrust on you. And that's the beauty of doing the law, that it's compatible with all. You can be a commerce, science, or a humanities student and still do the law. You don't have that option, right? Supposing you wanted to be a doctor, you can't have done commerce and then become a doctor. Whereas this is the adaptability of the law. Your other question was criminal law versus other law. Look, every sphere of law has its interest. And you need to make that decision well into your law school, not today. yes, the practice of criminal law is extremely interesting. It's also challenging. It's an area of law that women, for example, don't take to enough. I hope that the young women listening in today, the young girls, students listening in today will want to break that glass ceiling. We're speaking about this a couple of days after the passing of Justice Ginsburg of the US Supreme Court. And she changed a lot of the gender disparity in the US legal system. So I hope that the young girl students will think about the practice of the law and criminal law in particular. But B, coming back to your question, it's not that one stream prevails over the other. It's dependent on your interest as well. And that is something you will decide having done your internships. You don't need to make that decision now.
Okay. The next is from Sinchana MR. Hello, sir. I've heard people saying that to make your mark in litigation is quite difficult without a godfather in the same field. What is your view on this?
Yeah, it's true. I'm a first generation lawyer, and it is no doubt tough in the practice. It's tougher in the practice if you don't have godfathers or fathers literally in the profession. But having said that, many people have done it. And you should take courage and take confidence from the fact that many of the top counsel and judges as well are first generation lawyers. And that ties up with the point that I had made earlier, that sometimes disadvantages become your advantage. If you don't have godfathers in the profession, your fire in the belly is greater. You're far more driven. And that's what defines you, right? So please keep that in mind, that the practice of the law is tough anyway, right? It's a real life profession. Very few professions are performed publicly. Sportsmen, yes, perform publicly and they have audiences watching them. But very other professions, unlike the law, take place in a public sphere where you're watched and judged by judges and your peers and by students and by clients, etc. And there is a pressure to that, added to the fact that there are other pressures as well with the practice. But trust me, that's really what makes you who you are, right? If it was easy, then everyone would be a practicing lawyer or a practicing surgeon. There is a dividend to those who are able to rough it out and make it. So you should take that as a very exciting challenge. And you shouldn't be bogged down by whether you have godfathers or not. It should not matter to you.
This is from Sahil Gupta.
Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Very pleased to see you. What inspired you to take law?
Oh, I've said this publicly. I never wanted to be a lawyer, honestly. As I said in my talk, I actually wanted to push off to the UK and I was a bit of a rolling stone and see what happens. So I guess being left behind in Bangalore and the law school being a young university that had come up, it was an interesting option and therefore I opted for it. But this decision to actually become a lawyer and a practicing lawyer was made much later. It was probably only midway or towards the end of my 4th year and in my 5th year that I realized that having stuck it out for this long, I had to make it count. And it's at that point I did a couple of good internships and I realized that the practice of the law is a very liberating experience. It gives you an independence that no other profession, I think, can offer you. And those were the things that really made up my mind for me. But I can tell you that that decision was made pretty late. It was not a decision I made in my 12th standard at all. So don't worry about that.
This is from Sanjit Gurika. Good morning, sir. Myself Sanjit, and I'm kind of an introvert. I'm good at public speaking, but lack communication skills and people skills. Is it a drawback? If it is, should I come over it before entering law school?
Look, yes, the legal profession is a very people profession, especially if you're in practice. Your interface with clients, with your colleagues in the bar, with judges, with your own juniors and colleagues in your office is a very important part of your advocacy. So yes, it is a people profession, but look, I'm an introvert too, my friend. It doesn't matter. You can be privately introverted, but professionally you can cover that up. So don't really lose sleep over it. You develop a skill set through experience. You develop a habit almost of the manner in which you want to conduct yourself as a professional. And therefore, your being introverted should not come in your way to consider the law. You will find that uh, if you take to the profession and you like it, you will automatically, I think, switch in the right direction. So your personal demeanor, you spoke about communication skills, but you also said you're a public speaker. So if you're a public speaker, I would assume that your communication skill set is there, and you will develop it. Don't worry. I mean, you'll. Nobody is born perfect. Um, we're learning today. We're learning. That's, in fact, I want to say this to everyone. The charm of the law is that you're learning every day. You don't arrive. There are no milestones, and you're perpetually improving. And if you're not improving, then you're, I'm afraid, slipping. That's the thrill. That's the challenge. You can't stay put. It's a slippery sort of a slope. So if you're not climbing up, you're slipping down. So don't worry at all. All of us have had our inhibitions. Um, I don't think I was mentally tough when I started the practice of the law, but I realized it was important to be that way, and you develop it with time. So really, don't dwell on it too much. If you have an inclination to the law, you said reasonable public speaking skills, you will open up in time to come.
Yeah. Next is from Sneha George. Good morning, sir. I wanted to ask, if I studied an integrated law course in India, then could I go abroad without repeating LLB over there, or should I do LLM?
Oh, you can straight away move into an LLM abroad. There's absolutely no difficulty at all. In fact, a lot of scholars of the law do their undergrad here and then go on for their LLMs and their doctorates and so on in international universities. There's no problem at all. The only thing is, if you want to practice overseas, right, then you need to go through processes that each jurisdiction have. So, for example, if you want to practice in the US, in New York, let's say, then you need to write the New York bar exam and register yourself as an attorney eligible to practice there, failing which you can't practice. The UK has its own requirements, and every country, in fact, has its own, as do we. And that's where you get into this equivalence issue of whether your degree is sufficient to practice there or not. But simply on the option of doing an LLM, most certainly you can do your undergrad here and pursue your LLM anywhere that you choose.
Respected speaker, out of the many law entrance exams available, how to decide which exam to take, and how many attempts does it take for clearing the exam?
Oh, look, I've just heard that the NLAT has been quashed. Is that right? It's been quashed by the Supreme Court, right? That's something that I just heard. So that reduces one exam for you. I don't know if that's good news or not. But yeah, look, there is the CLAT, which is the sort of the nodal law entrance exam, which you must write, because that gives you a bouquet of choices. There are a number of universities in various states, right? Look, sometimes your choices are driven not just by the university, they're also driven by which city you want to be in, right? Think about that. If you like a particular city, you want to go and explore Calcutta or Hyderabad or anywhere for that matter. That also adds another factor to your choice. It's not all cut and dried. So I think the CLAT is a choice. The Jindal entrance is a good option. And then your local law colleges have their own entrance processes. So my suggestion to you would be, if you want to do the law, write as many entrances as you can. There's absolutely no problem. But write them once. I don't see why you need to make repeated efforts unless you don't make it anywhere. If you don't make it anywhere and you want to give it a second shot, do it. I mean, I've had friends who've dropped a year and then written the law entrance and gotten in. That's fine. If you're that particular that you want to go to a particular law school only, fine. But otherwise, in my opinion, as I said in the beginning, if your intention is to be a lawyer and you make it to a reasonably good law college, get on with it. One attempt should do.
This is from Paranika Agarwal. I want to know whether pursuing to become judge is good, and how can we?
Well, of course it's good. I mean, judges have the last word. They decide the law. So of course it's good. How do you pursue it? I mean, it again depends on whether you want to start from the district judiciary or not. And if you want to start from the district judiciary, then once you graduate and you put in the required number of years, you're eligible to write the exam. And if you make it, you're appointed a trial judge, and then you work your way up On the other hand, if your ambition is to be a judge of a high court, then you need to put in the years of practice. The constitution says if you put in 10 years of practice, you're eligible to be a judge, but that's not how it works in reality. It's only when people are about 45 or so that they are considered for elevation. So that's the other option, which is to practice, reach the age, make your mark, and then be considered for elevation. So both those options are available to you. And that, again, I think is a decision you can make in the course of your practice as to which one you want to go for, right? If you opt for a district judiciary appointment, then you miss out on the charm of practicing in court, because there the requirement is far less. You can be a district judge even after a couple of years of practice. But on the other hand, if your ambition is to be elevated to the high court, and if 45 is the kind of cutoff, then you're looking at 20 years plus of practice. So you also decide which one you want to do. Do you want to have the experience of practice, or do you want to go straight into the judicial side? So that will help you make up your mind.
Okay. This is from Tarun Ashok. He asks, how do we evaluate law schools while selecting one from the many options available to us?
I think a good way to do it is to speak to more recent students who have gone there, especially if they're your friends or seniors. That gives you a sense of the ethos of the university. Don't get swayed by rankings. Rankings can be quite deceptive. You need to, I think, speak to people in the profession, speak to people in the universities, and they'll be able to tell you. And look, in any case, there's no one right answer. It depends also, friends, on what you make of it. Please don't be under the impression that you're going to go to a law university and you're just automatically going to go through an assembly line and you will have an end product in place. No, it's going to depend on how hard you work, how much you take to the law, what your initiative is. And you, in a way, it's the students that define the universities and not vice versa. I strongly believe that, to the credit of National Law School, is its alumni. The alumni has largely played a role in defining the university it is. And therefore, you must have a short list where people tell you maybe 3-4 NLUs are a good option, or 2 or 3 colleges in your own city are a good option. And then you decide what you want to make of it. Please don't, again, I'm repeating this, but I want to say it, please don't have this misconception that getting into A university or B university is automatically going to set you up for the rest of your life. That's not how it works. I've always said my best juniors have come from the university law colleges, from the government law colleges. Why is it? Because they've made their mark. They've been hardworking. Many of them have not come from the National Law School of India. They have come from other NLUs in India, right? So have a short list, speak to people, say, okay, fine, I'm happy with any one of these 3 or 4. But beyond that, you need to influence your own life as well. It's not going to be driven only by the university. Yeah.
Ashwin Sekaran wants to know, which is the most appropriate time to prepare for the CLAT exam?
I would think, well, around your 12th standard. Again, I'm kind of disconnected with reality now. I don't know. I think people start preparing for CLAT even in their 9th standard and so on. But I don't think you need to be under that much pressure. You've also got the challenges of meeting your own school curriculum. It's not easy, right? In some ways, it's unfair, right? You do your ISC or your CBSC or your PUC, you do well, but that by itself does not count for the entrance. You then have to write another entrance. So there are multiple pressures on you. So I would think, yeah, pretty much 11th standard, your +1 is a good time to start thinking about it. Or even if it's in your 12th, I would think it's personally a good time to start. You don't have to slog on it before that.
This is from Gagan M. So how fixated are law firms on the law school you are from when they go through the CVs for internships? And what should one do to make his CV more attractive?
Yeah, look, it's a good question. I do think that law firms that recruit in-house corporate lawyers, now I'm not talking about litigation lawyers, I'm speaking about in-house or I'm talking about transactional corporate law, which is not court-facing. I do think a lot of firms are indeed conscious of which law school the candidate has gone to, and they seem to unofficially give a priority to that. So how do you pad your CV? I mean, I personally feel the beauty of being in practice is that your CV is irrelevant. You join the practice, you learn with the senior, and you prove your mettle on your own. Which law school you're from, what your rank was, how many papers you've written are largely irrelevant. But if you're interested in doing corporate law and you're aware that law firms do prioritize some NLUs over the other, then yes, you have to be aware of it. You have to try and get into one of those law schools. You need to speak to your seniors and see what is it that they emphasize. So for example, law firms look at mooting experience. They look at experience where you've done a particular type of internship. They look at some exchange programs, international experience. Some of them are keen on an LLM as well, and they're not happy with just an LLB. Again, I don't have personal experience here because I've never been in corporate law. I've been in practice all my life. But I think I know enough friends to say this, that yes, the CV is far more important if you're getting into the corporate side of things. And yeah, these are the things you will be required to do. And you will be well advised. Look, the market is changing. Now, post Corona, the legal market, like all other markets, is also undergoing a substantial change. It's under pressure. The recruitability has become more difficult, but in a way, new options have also opened up because the law today has gone virtual. Who would have imagined 6 months back that we would all be arguing our cases on a computer? That's what we're doing today. So stay abreast of things. You will find that artificial intelligence, for example, is going to become an important part of the way law firms work. So if that is what people are looking for on your CV, then you need to be updating yourself as time goes along.
So should one be very proficient in English when we pursue law courses at institutions like NLS?
Well, of course, the study of English is integral to it because the course of instruction is in English. But having said that, you don't have to be Shakespeare. If you have more than your language, it's your common sense and your ability to grasp that matters. After all, the bottom line in the law is simplifying complex issues. And that is not just a function of language, it's a function of your own intellect. It's a function of how analytical you are. And that need not depend only on how well you speak or read English. So yes, if you have a basic working understanding of English, I think it should do. And let me tell you, friends, that now with the number of law schools increasing, right? It's not that law schools have remained islands where only top products of top public law schools get admission. That's changed. Today, because of the number of seats on offer and the greater interest in the law, it's a bit like the Indian cricket team. 20 years ago, most cricketers in the Indian team were from Bombay or Delhi or Bangalore, and it more or less ended there. Look at the IPL. Look at the Indian cricket scene today. Look at MS Dhoni. He changed that, right? You have kids from smaller towns, not necessarily very well educated, but they go out there and make their mark. And I think in some ways the legal profession has followed that. The study of the law has followed that pattern, and therefore don't get hassled about that too much. It should not be a serious factor for you.
Okay. Just one question. What do you mean by energy law?
Energy law.
Yes.
Yeah, so I mean, energy law is some way related to, the environmental law. It's the production of energy. Now, energy now, today we're talking about solar and green energy, right? We're talking about electricity law. And that area of law is what falls into energy law. It can be everything from infrastructure projects and setting up of energy plants to disputes relating to energy. Now, many governments incentivize solar projects. That leads to disputes in court as to whether that incentive was well earned or not. You have electricity commissions that have been set up. The electricity law has undergone a sea change over the years, just as technology law, just as telecom law, just as competition law. Many of these, insolvency law, these are newer areas of law that are being rewritten as we speak. So yes, the energy law is also very closely linked to environmental law. If that's your interest, it goes beautifully. And I think maybe I didn't mention it in my talk, that the study of environmental law is going to be a very important part of future legal practice. and policy making. So, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Your speech was really very informative. Would you like to make a closing remarks to our participants?
Well, I can only say that I see I see about 160 questions which I have not answered, and I'm
Yes.
sorry that's for want of time. If
For the want of time, yes.
ma'am, if you'd like to share my email ID with the students and they want to reach out to me,
That
they're
would
very
be
welcome
wonderful.
to do that. But
Yeah.
beyond that, I hope that I've been able to clear some of your doubts, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you, sir. And on this note, I would like to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. Our silver sponsors are East West Institute, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions, Bida, Gnana Darshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Thank you, sir. We will share your email ID today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Take your first step toward a future in excellence.
East-West group of institutions with over 50 years of academic excellence offering courses in engineering, architecture, management, pharmacy, nursing, degree, PUC and Polytechnic at Campus 1 Magadi Road and Campus 2 Yelahanka New Town, Bengaluru. Your journey to a great future begins with us.
Embark on a gainful career, a career that gives you immense returns. The Company Secretary course. The Companies Act 2013 confers a special status to Company Secretary as the key managerial personnel and has bracketed him along with Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer or Manager, Whole-Time Director or Chief Financial Officer. So, what does this mean for you? That there is no dearth of lucrative employment once you complete this course. The Company Secretary course opens up a world of new opportunities. Here's how you can start your journey of growth. The pathway to become a Company Secretary starts with the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Exam, CSEET. Graduating to the executive program and finally moving up to the professional program. After that, you have to take the pre-membership training followed by the CS membership. Company Secretary course is the perfect gateway into the corporate world and provides the perfect opportunity to lead the governance culture too. For the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Test, the eligibility is 10+2 and for Executive Program, students having passed CSEET and Foundation Program are eligible. Choose an excellent career opportunity as a Company Secretary with ICSI.
The Best Medical Entrance Training Institute of the Year South India Award goes to Shaheen Group of Institution. Dr. Abdul Qadir established Shahi Group of Institution at Bidar in the year 1989 to educate the poor and marginalized mass of Bidar district. He started it as a visionary endeavor in one-room tenement, accommodating 18 students, and now has evolved into a major center of academic excellence.
Shaheen Civil Service Academy offers 3-year BA BSc BCom integrated with UPSC, a dedicated program for most of the esteemed careers such as IAS, IPS, IFS, CA, CAT and CLAT. It also offers 1-year exclusive course for UPSC.
A professionally designed course structure dedicated to meet complete requirements of UPSC.
Acharya Bangalore B School ABBS, established over a decade ago in India's technology corridor. ABBS is one of the fastest growing institutes which draws top students across the country. Accredited by NAC A grade, NBA and IACBE USA, ABBS represents the finest quality of education and real-world experiences. Witness true experiential learning at ABBS and learn from top faculty and industry experts. ABBS offers programs such as MBA, MCom, PGDM, BBA, BBA Aviation Management, BCom, BCA, BA Journalism and BSc Biotechnology and Genetics. Take control of your career. Apply now. Call us at 9141707070 or visit us at www.abbs.edu.in. Start your journey with ABBS. One campus, infinite dreams.
Hello everyone. Very good afternoon. A warm welcome to the third day of the Hindu Education Plus Career Counseling Digital Conclave. Experts from the industry will talk about career opportunities in various streams like commerce, architecture, law, pure science, medicine, engineering, administrative service, etc. I'm Anuja Ganesh from the Hindu group and I'll be moderating the sessions. We have had an overwhelming response for the conclave with over 10,000 plus logged in from different cities. Thanks to the students and parents who have registered for this webinar. The Hindu group would like to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions Chennai, and Cambridge Institute of Technology. Our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions Bidar, Gnana Darshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We shall begin our second session today on Comet K. We have with us Dr. S. Kumar, Executive Secretary and CEO Comet K, Karnataka, and also Chancellor of Sri Devraj Aras Academy of Higher Education and Research, Kola, since 5 years. He heads Academic and Content Development, Educational Rating and Assessment Foundation of India since 6 years. He is Secretary Code Unique since 6 years. He has received award for excellence in service to community from Rotary Northwest and Lions Club North in 2005 and 6, and awarded Outstanding Alumni Award from BMC in 2016. He has been a member of Planning Board, Panel Examiner, Advisor in Academic Institutes. We would now request Dr. Kumar to go. So over to you, Doctor.
Thank you for that kind introduction. A very pleasant afternoon to all who have logged in for this program. And before I start saying what I intend to deliver over the next few minutes, I should thank the management and my young friends at the Hindu for having taken this initiative to offer an opportunity to anxious parents and more anxious students who are on the thresholds of the portal of entry to higher education to have an opportunity to learn about realities existing in the academic ecosystem in our country during the admission season. Year on year, they have been doing this, and I appreciate them for continuing this effort even during the pandemic. I've always believed the saying that the eye can never see what the mind does not know. So these sessions are targeted to add clarity of concept, to give the student and the anxious parents an insight into the enormous range of opportunities that exist in our country today for higher education. Before that, a very brief thing about Comet K. After the landmark judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court in the TMA Pai, Inamdar and Islamia, private unaided institutions of higher learning in this country were allowed to come together to develop a fair, transparent, non-exploitative process of admission, and that they could manage their own affairs. So COMET, which is an acronym for Consortium of Medical, Engineering, Dental Colleges of Karnataka, was started in the year 2004. Over the last 15, 16 years, COMET K has been discharging this responsibility. Please note, COMET K is only an academic body consisting of a few very senior academicians drawn from various streams. It has a few retired administrative officers, IAS officers to guide, and a few retired police officers to take care of the ever-growing threat of malpractices in the exam. Comet K has nothing to do with negotiating the fees or the seat sharing with the government. The Karnataka Private College Foundation takes care of that activity. Now, having said that, COMET has been conducting examination for undergraduate, postgraduates, for medical, health science streams, and engineering over the last 16 years. Now, since it is mandated by the authorities and the government that NEET will be the only basis of merit determination for admission to health sciences, COMET continues to conduct the evaluation only for engineering stream of admission. We have, as on today, 190 member institutions of Karnataka who have signed up to say that they would accept the merit determination of Comet K to be the basis of their admission. Just to give you a bird's eye view of what is available in the higher education system in this country, we have close to around a little over 900 universities, about 39,000 plus colleges, and about nearly 12,000 standalone institutions offering higher education. Year on year, close to 230 lakh students take their second pre-university or 12th grade exam. And these are the candidates who are due to enter higher education. And as of last year, of these 230 plus lakh students, around 24% proceed for higher education in this country. Now again, coming back to what we are currently focused in COMET, the engineering admissions. 3% of the students, which is nearly around 40 lakh plus, seek admission to engineering programs. When I say this, you must remember some of the best engineers in the world are from in this country. The Silicon Valley has every second person of Indian origin. Right. Why Comet K? Comet K as an organization not only ensures a fair, transparent, non-exploitative exam which is open for scrutiny and which has been approved year on year by the overseeing committee as a fair process, we also conduct a centralized counseling to facilitate students to seek admission. One thing in Comet is there are no reservations based on domicile, based on constitutional provisions. These are all taken care by the government with the 45% of seats which the Comet K member institutions share with the government of Karnataka. And why Karnataka? The private professional education started in Karnataka more than four or 5 decades ago. And many of the engineering institutions established here have the support of all the industries in Karnataka. The ISRO, the DRDO, HAL, Bharat Electronics, HMT, Infosys, Wipro, you name it, which offer a very high opportunity of internship to a student seeking engineering education in Karnataka. Now, having said this current year, we have conducted the Comet K entrance exam on the 19th of August. It was held in 283 cities across 380 centers. And as on the 4th of September, the rank cards have been issued after initially notifying the answer keys. We also provide an opportunity for candidates to challenge the answer. The challenges are referred to an independent team of experts and their verdict is final. And after the challenge verification process is over, the final answer key and the rank cards are issued. We have now requested the students to log in for the online counseling. Please note, until last year, our counseling was in the offline mode where students had to come once, have their documents verified, then they had to come for the first round and the second round. Since Comet attracts students from pan-India, we have estimated that nearly 40 to 45 crores of money is spent by parents and children traveling to Bangalore, their lodging, and the hardships that they undergo. And thanks to the pandemic, now everything is on the online mode, and we have convinced the member institutions to have an online mode. Applications have been called. I'm told that more close to 20,000 students have applied for the online counseling. And the process is very simple. In order to ensure that only those who are seriously keen, a fee of 5,000 is collected at the time that you register for online. This fee will be transferred to the college where you are admitted so that it becomes part of your tuition fees. All right. Now, once you register, you are informed to upload your documents. Comet had planned to do a verification based on DigiLocker system. But we are surprised that a few states, especially neighboring states, have not uploaded the documents in their DigiLocker system. And also only the last 2 years documents are available, which makes it difficult to verify students who have taken a break and who are seeking admission this time. So we have evolved an alternate system and the process of verification of document is on. And once the documents are verified, your status is informed on the website, then you are eligible to participate. A form opens up where you indicate your choice of the college and the stream of engineering science that you prefer. This is followed by a mock allotment. If you are surprised at the mock allotment and you're not happy, you have every right to reshuffle, rearrange your priorities at the time. And then the final allotment is made. The student has a choice to accept and say, I'm very happy, pay another 50,000 rupees of, which is a partial tuition fee, which again, along with the original 5,000 will go back to the college. You have another choice. I'm happy with the seat, but I still want an upgrade in the second round. There again, you pay the 50,000. You will be considered as per your merit for the second round also. A third option, I'm not happy with the seat, but I want to participate in future rounds, in which case you don't pay that 50,000 rupees at the end of the first round. You are eligible for second round and future rounds. And lastly, if by then you have got your admission to another institute like IIT or any other college close to your home and you're happy, you can say, I'm not interested any further in participating. The same options are made available in the 2 rounds of COMET counseling. And the third round, which is the final round, does not allow you to surrender. There are notified dates where you can surrender your seat and you don't lose any money. You get back your money except a nominal 1,000 rupees towards processing charges, which is permitted by the statutory agency, UGC and AICT. Now, here is where I would want to add, apart from the routines that I have spoken to you now. All these informations are available in elaborate detail on our website. Students must be realistic when they fill their options. There are cutoff ranks indicated for each stream of education and for each institution. Depending on your rank, and knowing from the last year's cutoff, be realistic. Everybody wants, I want information science in college ABC. But if your rank is much lower, you naturally don't stand any chance and the system will start trying to flow through the options as indicated by you in your order. On the contrary, you will be not have surprises like saying, oh, somebody with a lower rank got in the other college. That was my 50th choice, I didn't get. That gentleman would have probably, or that girl would have indicated that she prefers that college as choice 1 or 5. So based on cutoffs, based on your rank, be realistic when you enter. Take the assistance of your parents. After all, your children just out of your uniforms walking into higher education. Correct? Now, COMET in its effort not only to restrict doing an exam and a follow-up, over the last 2 years has been promoting, encouraging all member institutions to enhance their rating and improve their quality. We financially support them to the extent of 80%. And more than 25 institutions as of today have been rated by QSI Gauge, which is an internationally recognized rating agency. Now, what do they do? On what basis do they rate? About 7 parameters: teaching, learning, what is the faculty quality, what is the infrastructure, what is the employability, placement record, what is the student diversity, are they able to attract What are the social responsibilities that the institution has demonstrated? And what is the accreditation, recognition? What are the research, original research publication, the support of the institution to art, culture, entrepreneurship, innovations, many criteria. They are scored individually. Every institution which has participated in creating will display it on their website. Sit, spend some time on the institution that you are interested in and on the stream of education. And when you choose the course in higher education, I spent 40 years in the field of higher education. My domain expertise is medicine. I'll come to you shortly on that. Please note, you need to, if you want to walk into a path of a career which is already set up by somebody, you are one in thousands. You will be one of the ordinary graduates coming out of the portals of colleges. But if you are a person who is capable of having that drive, that initiative to create your own future, choose a course where you have passion. Please respect your parents, but don't be pressurized by their choice. Choose a course where your heart lies, where you will learn with dedication and devotion. And that will make you a person walking in a path less traveled. You will be an innovator, and this country needs that. You don't have to go to the foreign shores like United States or England or any other place to make your future. This country has enormous opportunities to offer focused training. You only have to know which door to enter, which institution and gate that you need to seek. Go by the rating. That will give you an indication of where. I've seen many parents succumbing to the pressure of children, pledging whatever the family assets are, the future of families, taking huge loans to service the educational loan. They struggle only to cater to that one desire of the child. I want to go abroad and study. Please don't. Be realistic. There is, same computer engineering, mechanical engineering, information. Think of less chosen options. Environmental engineering. That is the thing of the future. You go to any World Bank or UN office where they are working on environmental issues. 90% of the young children there working as environmental engineers are from lesser countries like Philippines. We have not only neglected our environment in this country, we have not even motivated our people to learn and study about environment, which is a painful realization. Same way when it comes to medical courses, especially with all due respect to the grandparents and parents. Medicine, MBBS, engineering, BE, BTech is not the only option in life. There are hundreds of programs where a very less competitive and more lucrative future awaits these children. I could give you more than about 50 emerging courses in the field of health sciences. All right? More than 50 emerging courses in health sciences. Bachelor's in occupational therapy, physiotherapy, audiology, prosthetics and orthotic engineering, BSc in ophthalmic technology, mental rehabilitation, Then you have programs in molecular biology, genomics, proteomics, BSc in radiography. That doesn't mean that you're going to be watching X-ray films all the time in your life. No surgeon can operate without the assistance of C-arm, especially in neurosurgery, orthopedics. Then radiotherapy degree program, nuclear medicine. There are very, very few relevant nuclear medicine graduates here. Respiratory technology. Then medical laboratory technology, medical secretarial service. A little while ago, I saw an advertisement, company secretary. What a focused field of training. Then a graduate program in operation theater technology, anesthetic technology, dialysis technology, speech and hearing, dental mechanics. No, I would request my colleagues, I need not read out the list of these 50 institutions. When an opportunity comes, I'll request my young friends in the Hindu to kindly publish a small column which gives all the duration of the course, what is the thing. You only have to explore. There are plenty of institutions offering all these programs. Now, when this pandemic came, we were desperately looking for a reliable kit to test, and most of that we had to wait from outside. Our own experts in molecular biology, in the field of proteomics, yes, they have come out now. It has been a break because the number of people who are working on all these nanotechnologies, proteomics especially, are very, very few. People seeking pure science and research in pure science are far and few. Believe me, these various programs, dialysis technology, cardiac cath lab technology, every major hospital needs them. Even if you want to leave the shores of this country to make a faster money elsewhere in the Gulf or any other place, chances of emigration is much, much higher with these less known or emerging programs. I would like to invite the opportunity to clarify. It should not be a didactic of whatever I've said. More details, if you want, I can tell you the source, because this is the day of information technology. Sitting at home, you can log in, know about the fee status, what are the scholarship schemes, what are the other benefits in every one of the institutions. All right? Having said, I know there are many, many, many things. There are no stupid questions in the world. There are only questions which have not been asked. So if you have a lingering doubt, please don't hesitate. I would love to spend more time to clarify your doubts rather than continuing to give sermon. To sum up, my young friends, please choose a career where your interests lie, where your passion tells you you will shine. Many of the career consultants, they talk to you for a little while, short term, short exposure. Based on that, they recommend you will be doing well in A, B, C. That's not fair. You, your teachers of the school, and your parents who have been watching you know your potential. Take a little guidance from them. And I wish all of you shine and make this country proud in the days to come. God bless you all. I'm open for questions if you have sent in.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. It was very informative to the participants. And the first question is from Chetana S. Kedari. She asks, sir, I want to know the fee structure of Comet K this year for engineering.
All right. I told you, these are information. Don't convert these interactive sessions to be something like a call center. If you go into the Comet website, anyway, having asked Chetana, please note there are no change as far as engineering is concerned. From last year, it is the same fees. The government has evolved through a memorandum of understanding with the Karnataka Private College Foundation a scheme where there are two styles of admission. A, where a college is sharing 45% seats with the government. There are two slabs, one 65,300 and another 58,800. This is for those 45% students coming through the government CET process into the private colleges. The remaining percent of the seats are to be counseled by COM, and they will be close to around 20,000 this year. Now, for colleges which have asked for a higher fee, 65,000 for CET, there is a cutoff that they can't ask for more than 1,43,700 from common students. For those colleges which have opted for a lower fee from common government CET students, the fee fixation for common stream of admissions is 2,01,960. Now, these are upper ceiling. Please believe me, a majority of the colleges, I would say close to the 30–40% of common institutions offer huge concessions in order to avoid unfilled seats. All right. So please go to the individual college website to know there are many colleges which have admitted at 50% of the fees. And some even, having a scheme where you say you score this percentile in the first year, for the second year, this is a concession, and that is the way they go. All right? That does clarify your fee question, ma?
I think it does. The next question is from Rajkumar Kannan. Doctor, AICTE site provides approved engineering colleges. There are other accreditations like NBA, NACC. So what are the accreditations one should consider to select college, and where do I get this information at one place?
A very valid question these days, because there are dime a dozen accreditation agencies. Now, there are some statutory recognitions. No engineering college can function in this country without the approval of AICTE. And AICTE draws its guidelines from the UGC. All right? This is mandated. Beyond the mandation, NAC, National Accreditation Council, this overall grades the institution into category A+, A, B+, B, and C. And again, based on criteria, it is not very, very objective assessment. So the student will know, oh, this is an A+ college based on these criteria. So NAC accreditation is a must. Similarly, external accreditations like ISO. ISO started off very well, but they keep changing their versions so often. It gives a fear that these version changes are only to make institutions spend more and more often. Then apart from that, you see, international ranking. Why is none of the Indian universities in the top 100 of the world? Because we shy away from our own self-assessment. There is something called Shanghai rating, BRICS rating, and QS rating. These are three premier international ratings. From the ERA Foundation, we realized that QS were willing to come to India, but QS yardsticks, when applied to Indian institutions, it becomes a little difficult because they say, how much of money has your alumni given you? The concept of alumni supporting the parent institution is very minuscule in our country. There are so many other criteria. So the QS I gauge is Indian measurement based on QS standards. So QS has tweeted and customized. So international ratings like these, NAC, very good. Any other rating which the institution has voluntarily undertaken, excellent to know the profile. Don't be misled by the wonderful photographs that they may have on the website. Placement record is another very, very important criteria.
Rajkumar also wants to know, does the degree from private universities like DSU or PES identified abroad?
You see, this is more a tricky situation when it comes to health sciences, because the health sciences degrees have to be recognized in the country where you plan to land. Whereas when it comes to engineering degree, I've even heard that Bill Gates used to, even before the final year exams, any IITian he was willing to appoint. Hey, they have not even passed their exam. No, the fact that he's IITian is good enough. That is the belief. Now, to say whether AB, now the new wave or fashion in the higher education sector is private state universities. All right. They not only enjoy a little autonomy, they can be innovative and they need not be restricted severely by the so-called statutory agency. That is the advantage. But the A, B, C of the state university is recognized or not, you will have to verify, because as I told you, India is close to a huge quantum of private universities. So I wouldn't make any generalized statement on private universities. Please log into, like I told you, nearly 3,000 engineering colleges exist. And in terms of private universities and others throughout the country, it is close to around 500 plus. So please go by the website, and you can always, verify and challenge any false claims made.
Kannan wants to know, as you mentioned that there is no reservation, I believe that there is no sports category too. Kindly confirm.
I am confirming there are no reservations whatsoever. The government in their MOU said 45% to the government, 30% through the Comet K, and the remaining 25% given to each institution. 15% is for the so-called NRI, and the other 10% is institutional preference, where they can opt to give, again based on some merit, to their own staff children, to sports quota and others. This is at the institution level, not at the level of Comet.
Okay. Kirtana Shetty asks, good morning, sir. So
Good
how
morning.
to choose a profession and how to know our interests, like what we are interested in? Does cyber security have a future? And there's one more question, sir. When will first round counseling start?
Okay. The name of this candidate asking the
Kirtana
question?
Shetty.
Kirtana, I wish I had an opportunity to know you a little more, to know about your inner strength, core material in you, to recommend to you which course to take. Having said that, your second question first. In order to be relevant, COMED always does its counseling following the KEA, the CET, because the fees is much lower and disadvantageous to the students and parents. Suppose we take a lead and we do the first round, you will have 85% who are commoners in the top returning the seat and moving over to the CET stream. To avoid this cross exchanges, we wait for CET. I'm also anxiously waiting for CET to notify. Within a gap of 48 hours from CET's first round, COMET first round will be notified and implemented. Same way, within 48 hours after their second round and third round, so on, so that the process is relevant.
And she also wanted to know, does cyber security have a future?
Enormous, enormous. Now that if you are a voracious reader of newspapers, which I don't want you to be at your age, there is not one single day that passes without cyber crimes. All right. This is an emerging field. Sky is the limit if you apply and learn relevantly under the right hands.
Next is from Abhay Shilvan. Sir, I'm Abhay and I want to become a car fashion designer. And is this involves for Comet K and CET?
Car designer.
Yes, car design. Car fashion design. Yes.
That's right. You see, the basic need for any automobile industry and aviation industry is mechanical engineering. And thereafter, if you can acquire on the sideline skills of CAD CAM, which is the designing tools and computer-based designing, with your core strength as mechanical, with CAD CAM and good computer knowledge. Computer is basically more skill and basic necessity in any field of activity. You can, yeah, you can. And I can share with you, since the question is about car designer, my son was a BE mechanical honors graduate from Singapore NUS. He is pursuing his PhD and other programs. He has a lot of invitation from Volvo and others because of his proven interest in art, dynamics of motion. You know, people are in the rest of the world linking up various things. How graceful can a movement of vehicle be and how much you can learn from the various dance movements. Yes, if you have a passion, yes, please work hard. Your passion should be followed by good effort.
Abhay has also another question. I was born in US but studied in Bangalore from pre-primary. Am I eligible for Comet K and CET?
Yes, you are very much an Indian. We don't look at the passport. Again, having said that, there is no discrimination in this case if you are born in any other country but have had your education, everything here. But I must say, caution you, don't get into arguments with affiliating university. Both VTU and Rajiv Gandhi University, if you have a passport other than Indian, the university admission fee is collected in dollars and not Indian rupees, even though you have had your preschool education here.
Okay. This is from Kishore Srinivasan. Sir, if I want to get into a private university, will the degree be valid if I want to pursue my master's abroad?
Yes, I have already answered. Please go through the accreditation of the individual university.
My son wants to study MSc Physics after completing BTech in Computer Science or Information Science. Is it possible or not? Please advise.
To be very, specific to answer this question, all my 40 years in higher education has been in the field of medicine. My domain expertise in medicine, whether, crisscrossing to MSc Physics after your BE and all that is a very focused question. I think you will have to go log into the website or the VTU and it will give you clarity. I may not be relevant.
Krishnamurthy Kulkarni asks, for medical course, what's the role of Comet K?
As on 2020-21 admission, Comet K has no role. After the establishment of NEET as the only mechanism of determining merit, having asked, there may be other parents also wanting to know, for all admissions to central seats, that is, seats, 15% quota seats in all medical colleges, which are to be filled through the central government. The counseling agency is MCC, Medical Counseling Committee of the Director General of Health Services, DGHS. For all other seats, state government, private government, whether it is the subsidized fees given to the state or the normal fee, what you call the management seats, even the NRI seats, it has to be done by KEA, Karnataka Examination Authority, through their agency CET. Similarly, for deemed universities, all the 85% seats with the notified fees and the 15% NRA has to be counseled by the Medical Counseling Committee, DGHS.
This is from Vinayaka. Can you please brief the future of AI and ML?
Artificial intelligence and?
ML he is written.
ML, I confessed, AI is a commonly used for artificial intelligence. ML, I'm not too familiar with what it is. Well, the future in many fields is in learning from the huge repository of knowledge that exists. Even in the health sciences, the huge data available with most of the Indian hospitals are pooled together to offer artificial intelligence for even diagnostic and to arrive at the most effective therapeutic protocol.
So ML is machine learning.
Yeah, machine learning, I'll tell you, as a pathologist,
yeah,
there is a huge demand which came up and initiated by the University of Singapore, where an image for early diagnosis of cancer, I'm talking to you, machine learning was used. A picture of a suspected cell from any tissue taken through machine learning is compared with about 5 million similar images, and based on parameters, within a fraction of few seconds, you are able to say yes, malignant or not malignant with a slender margin of probability and asking for a repeat. This is called mechanopathology. There is an institute in Singapore offering this mechanopathology. They were wanting to do collaborative studies because the number of hospitals in Singapore are very small, but too many factors, too many players trying to get in. It is not kick-started in India.
The next question is from Sridhar Kumar. Sir, I heard COMET-K is tied up to go into national level institutions and examinations. Could you please elaborate? And sir, can you please give some information about the latest mechatronics?
Right, first question I can answer. You see, COMET, I told you, we have been conducting this exam for the last 15 years. And so also from ERA, that is Educational Rating Assessment Foundation, over the last 6 years, we have been making an effort to make all the universities in India to come together to have one common evaluation, like you have a GRE in the US, graduate rating exam. Why not all the universities? Why should every university have their own exams? So we went around all over the country. I should say with a little disappointment in me that over the last 5 years, we have managed to convince only about 30 private universities to sign up. Now, instead of again duplicating exam, COMET-K conducts the same exam called for ERA, Educational Rating. Now, the student is given a choice. I want to be considered only for 190 COMET-K institutions of Karnataka. Yes, choice 1. No, I want to be considered for the 30 universities pan-India through ERA. Yes. I want to be considered for both. All the choices are given to the candidate before the exam. Only difference is, in the ERA, you are given a scorecard on percentile grade. You have to approach the university of your choice based on your web search. There is no centralized counseling. Whereas COMET continues to do centralized counseling.
Mahesh Mantra Shiti, this would like to know whether Comet K starts after all rounds by KCT.
Please
Whether
come again.
Comet K will start after all the rounds by KCET.
I think I've already answered.
You have answered.
48 hours after the first round of CET, Comet. 48 hours after second round, Comet.
The next question is, could you give me some suggestions as to what to pursue with PCB plus IP? Doing engineering without maths is a good choice.
You know, I mentioned it. Okay. Where does your passion lie? Please talk to you must have had one favorite teacher in the school who has seen you during your development. Take their guidance. They will tell you where you will prosper. You know, saying that avoiding maths. Please, my one request to all students, even after you enter any graduate program of your choice, every single day, read at least 30 minutes of 1 hour of any other subject not related to what you've chosen. That will widen your horizon, make you more realistic in life.
Next person wants to know, is there a proposal to have one entrance exam as there are Comet K exams and then many exams from to be deemed universities?
I wish, and that was a prayer, that was the hope with which the Islamia and Inamdar judgments were given by the Honorable Supreme Court. But what they said is colleges of a similar kind can come together. And for every rule, we find 100 exit doors. Colleges of a similar kind. Yes, we are all first year. I remember all the 16 medical colleges in Karnataka came together, private colleges. All the 26 dental colleges came together. But then they started colleges of similar. Why don't we make a splinter group? Minority, religious minority. Another splinter group, linguistic minority. They are colleges of similar type. So that is the way, unfortunately, what used to be about nearly 30, 40 exams for a student to take when they are in the crossroad was minimized. But thanks to this, the other thing is becoming a private university. Yes, we did try to bring in something equivalent to a GRE. I don't know. Most private universities have their own independent thinking and their own agenda. So we have not been able to achieve it in the last 6 years.
Next question is from Prajesh V. Hello, sir. Is
Yep.
NCERT syllabus enough to crack Comet K?
Yes. In fact, even to that, because there was huge opposition in this country of diversity with so many states. Even Tamil Nadu, even now cries hoarse about NEET. Now, each state syllabus was very, very different. So the common exam cannot happen. That was another. The Supreme Court came in and gave a 3-year moratorium period for all states to bring their state syllabi in line with the CGHS. I'm sorry, not CGHS. With the centralized single, and NCERT was the basis that was given. Now, 3-year time was given to states, after which a survey was done. There were only about a fraction, 5 to 7% of state syllabi being different than what was prescribed. So NCERT is the very relevant yardstick to approach.
The next candidate wants to know, my Comet K rank is 2148. How should I do my choice filling for CSE NRT?
Yeah, I will tell you, your rank is 2000, which is an extremely good rank. And you can say that your effective rank is around 1400. Because in the top slot, many would be common candidates being toppers in CET as well as Comet. and given a choice to enter into a particular college, a particular stream, through the CET door is economical and advantageous. So they will choose that option. So your chances are very bright. Please go to a website which gives you a cutoff. Excellent work done by KEA. Course-wise, college-wise, they give you the cutoff rank for whether it is whatever stream that you want to take, which is a very good indicative. But again, you must know that all those figures are last year's race. In this year's race, there may be slight differences. Don't jump. Oh, sir, last year 1,600, they got into A college and this, and why not this time? Indicative guidance you will get.
The next question is from Darshan R. I wanted to know what exactly can we do after BSc? He wants your advice whether he can take physiotherapy and BSc anesthesia.
You see, if many of the students unfortunately have an idea that physiotherapy is something a little sophisticated massage man, very, very wrong. There are neuromuscular rehabilitations, cardiac rehabilitations, respiratory and musculoskeletal. See the amount of research and community service that goes into rehabilitation, post-polio, pediatric rehabilitations, plenty of them. Physiotherapy is a very relevant course, four-year program, and the training is as intense as MBBS. In terms of burden load, it's about 70% the burden of MBBS with more hands-on work. All right. Which was the other comparison they wanted between physiotherapy and
anesthesia.
Anesthesia, well, world over, you know, gone are the days when there were people doing the so-called art of surgery with vocal anesthesia, shouting down a patient. Anesthesia is a skill. It's no more general anesthesia and local anesthesia all of the time. I've seen surgeons doing a total knee replacement, giving a nerve block so that the patient can see on the CCTV monitor what is the surgery going on. They can even sing. Anesthesia is a very, very specialized art. And believe me, the amount of medication, knowledge of dosage and side effects of and combinant medications that anesthetist needs to know is enormous. And the role of anesthetist is not restricted to the operation theater. In every critical care unit, whether it is a general critical care, cardiac critical care, you need experts to support. India has a huge shortage of intensivists and specialized nurses. So a BSc program in anesthesiology is a very much in demand program.
One last question for you. Can we block the seat in Comet K, then go for KCET? And if allotted in KCET, can the seat be converted to KCET?
Okay.
He wants to know.
Anyway, yeah. This candidate has brought up the much controversial and argued, publicized word, block your seat.
Yeah.
Please note, I'm giving you an example. A candidate A has a rank 100 in Comet and has a rank 250 in the CET. Legally, this candidate has every right to attend both the counseling and pick and choose a college and stream of education that they want. But they can't hold on to both. I know very well that this candidate A has taken a seat, particular seat, during the first round of CET. When they come to Comet, I cannot stop them saying, no, I cannot give you a seat. He has every right to choose. But only thing is, these are called provisional admissions. not valid. Provisional allotment, not valid for admission. I repeat the word, provisional allotment, not valid for admission. Why? For admission, a student has to submit the original documents, pay the stipulated fees. Correct? The same is adopted by my colleagues in the CET cell. If you don't give your originals, no, you can't. Color Xerox cannot work because there are hundreds of mechanisms with us to find out which is the original and which is the color Xerox.
Thank you, sir. It was very informative. Would you like to make a closing remarks to our participants?
My closing remark, as I said, this is a very crucial moment. Gone are the days where parents used to take a child to the portals of a college and say, this is a college that you will study, and we used to follow. That was a good 50, 60 years ago. Now it is an emerging trend where so much of opportunity. The only comparison I can give you is the automobile car. Say about 25 years ago in India, there were only 3 cars: Ambassador, a Fiat, and a Herald car, standard cars, nothing else. Now, if you sit down, even with the person with the best interest, there are more than 200 models and varieties available. So are the emerging courses, emerging opportunities. And you know yourself, nobody can defeat you except your own self. When you throw in the towel and say, this is it, I can't do anything more, that's the end. But if you have that drive in you to take the challenge and create your future, there is plenty. Maybe there will be small arguments with your parents. Please buy their time, make them sit with you, convince them as to why you have made the choice. Strike a chord of harmony at home so that your journey through your higher education is a pleasant one. Not, something like, I told you so, you chose this, I told you so. You can't have a very smooth progress with a nagging environment. At the same time, your parents have not only invested their money, their prayers, their dreams are with you. Respect them. I told you. Convince them if your line of thinking is different than theirs. And if you are still a little confused, the teachers, primary teachers, who have known you, who have spent the years seeing your growth, will be relevant to help you make a decision. God bless you all.
So just one last request from you. There's one more question.
No problem.
Are there any norms to get scholarship in tuition fees after taking admission in college under Comet K? If yes, then what are the eligibility criteria?
No, I think I answered, but anyway, if the child was a little inattentive, I'll repeat. Though the fees notified in the website is the highest fee that is permitted by the government fee fixation agency, the engineering education scenario is such that you can broadly classify it into 3 groups. 30% of top colleges, every seat is taken. The middle block of 30% colleges are only able to attract, both through the government and through the Comet, around 60% admissions. The bottom 30% of colleges barely get 30% admissions. Now, many of these institutions have strategized. They initial year 50% fee. If you achieve and you get this grade in the final examination of VTU, you will get a concession of this percentage for your second year, third year. Every college is attempting to attract students. An unfilled seat is a liability to a private college which has spent money and resources to develop it. So they are more than willing. Don't get cheesed off by that figure that you see on the website. Go to the individual college website. They are relevant. Last year, yes, we have given concession of 70% of the fees. I know institution, but I don't want to name 190 names. I don't want to be called, saying that. No spoon feeding from now. You have to do your original research on the internet and choose the college and course.
Thank you for the information, sir. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you on our platform. And on this occasion, I would like to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. Our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions, Beta, Nana Darshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Thank you once again.
Excellent. Thank you to the management and my young friends at the Hindu and all the sponsors, and for all those who found it beneficial to participate. Thank you for being on with us.
Thank you very much.
Hi, bro. Hi, bro.
Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. Take your first step toward a future in excellence.
East-West group of institutions with over 50 years of academic excellence, offering courses in engineering, architecture, management, pharmacy, nursing, degree, PUC and Polytechnic at Campus 1 Magadi Road and Campus 2 Yelahanka New Town, Bengaluru. Your journey to a great future begins with us.
Embark on a gainful career, a career that gives you immense returns. The Company Secretary course. The Companies Act 2013 confers a special status to Company Secretary as the key managerial personnel and has bracketed him along with Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer or Manager, Whole-Time Director or Chief Financial Officer. So, what does this mean for you? That there is no dearth of lucrative employment once you complete this course. The Company Secretary course opens up a world of new opportunities. Here's how you can start your journey of growth. The pathway to become a Company Secretary starts with the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Exam, CSEET. Graduating to the executive program and finally moving up to the professional program. After that, you have to take the pre-membership training followed by the CS membership. Company Secretary course is the perfect gateway into the corporate world and provides the perfect opportunity to lead the governance culture too. For the Company Secretary Executive Entrance Test, the eligibility is 10+2 and for Executive Program, students having passed CSEET and Foundation Program are eligible. Choose an excellent career opportunity as a Company Secretary with ICSI.
The Best Medical Entrance Training Institute of the Year South India Award goes to Shaheen Group of Institution. Dr. Abdul Qadir established Shahi Group of Institution at Bidar in the year 1989 to educate the poor and marginalized Mass of Bidar district. He started it as a visionary endeavor in one-room tenement accommodating 18 students and now has evolved into a major center of academic excellence.
Shaheen Civil Service Academy offers 3-year BA BSc BCom integrated with UPSC, a dedicated program for most of the esteemed careers such as IAS, IPS, IFS, CA, CAT and CLAT. It also offers 1-year exclusive course for UPSC.
A professionally designed course structure dedicated to meet complete requirements of UPSC.
Acharya Bangalore B School ABBS, established over a decade ago in India's technology corridor. ABBS is one of the fastest growing institutes which draws top students across the country. Accredited by NAC A grade, NBA and IACBE USA, ABBS represents the finest quality of education and real-world experiences. Witness true experiential learning at ABBS and learn from top faculty and industry experts. ABBS offers programs such as MBA, MCOM, PGDM, BBA, BBA Aviation Management, BCom, BCA, BA Journalism and BSc Biotechnology and Genetics. Take control of your career. Apply now. Call us at 9141707070 or visit us at www.abbs.edu.in. Start your journey with ABBS. One campus, infinite dreams.
Hello everyone, very good afternoon. A very warm welcome to the third day of the Hindu Education Plus Career Counseling Digital Conclave. Experts from the industry will talk about career, commerce, career opportunities in various streams like commerce, architecture, law, pure science, medicine, engineering, administrative services, etc. I'm Anuja Ganesh from the Hindu group and I'll be moderating the sessions. We have had an overwhelming response for the conclave with over 10,000 plus logged in from different cities. Thanks to the students and parents who have registered for this webinar. We would like to thank our sponsors for making this possible. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. Our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions Bidar, Gnanadarshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. We shall begin our third session on career counseling. We have with us Mr. Jai Prakash Gandhi, career consultant and analyst. He is a gold medalist from Anna University. Over 18 years, he has given over 7,000 programs in prestigious schools, colleges, and universities across the globe. Till date, he has counseled 1.5 million students face-to-face. His key domain are career guidance and placement training sessions, seminars on upcoming technology, and detailed analysis of board and entrance exams. In addition to the above, he is the key person and reason for introducing much life-changing education reforms. He has been continuously featured in leading media channels. He has introduced a mobile app called as Career Guidance JP Gandhi in Google's Play Store. Finally, he has been bestowed with many awards. Welcome, Mr. Gandhi. Over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon, my dear students and parents who are watching. First, thanks to Indo for giving this great opportunity. Even last year I was there. So this year also I'm very happy to guide the students to choose the right career looking at the future. In fact, looking at the future, things are really becoming challenging. You need to really update. It's not one particular branch, one particular course is not going to get you a job in future. It's going to be interdisciplinary skills is going to get you a job. The knowledge, from knowledge based, now we move to a skill based. Suppose you take engineering, only computer science, if you do, you think that getting a job will be a very challenging. Suppose only you do electronics, no. The knowledge, what you're going to gain while doing your computer, what knowledge you're gain from electronics, electrical, mechanical, or if you're doing mechanical, what knowledge you're going to gain from computer and electronics. It's going to be interdisciplinary skill is going to play a very vital role. So we need to really develop these skills. So in fact, we'll start with first engineering, then I'll go with the commerce and all this. In engineering, even today, engineering has got tremendous opportunity because it's everything is going. We are entering into fourth industrial revolution. We are entering into a digital world. In fact, 4 years before, if you ask anybody, people were preferring mechanical. Before that, electronics communication. Before that, computer science. Again, the circle has come to computer science. But right now, I will not suggest you take computer science because 4 years back, I suggested students don't prefer mechanical, rather prefer computer science. But people preferred mechanical. But students studying now final year now saying that no, I should have taken computer science. That would have been better. So I always tell you, you choose a career looking at the future rather than at the present or the past. So looking at the right scenario now, because the way the technology is moving, the way the artificial intelligence and the data sciences are applying in every field, one particular branch is not going to get it. Please don't compromise the college. Choose the right college. Whether you do computer science or EC or EEE, it's going to be the same. It's not that these people are going to have advantage. But remember, when you come into second year, you need to decide which area you want to specialize. Artificial intelligence, data science, I spoke about 5-6 years back in the same Hindu, long back. But right now people are talking, I'm saying we have now gone to the next level. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, now it's become transfer learning, intelligent process automation, and hyper automation. Even in artificial intelligence, GPT-3 is going to change entire scenario. I repeat, in Google, you just browse GPT-3. GPT-3. That's going to make a huge change in artificial intelligence. But what you're going to study is very basic. You can't expect a big job doing these basic things and expecting a big job after 4 years. You need to run with the technology, race with the technology. So you need to really update. So when you come in second year, so remember, whether you are EC or EEE or mechanical or computer science, plus decide which area you want to develop your career, which area you're looking for a job. At the beginning of second year, you need to decide. Suppose you want to decided to go into automation side, then you have to learn artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, transfer learning, intelligent process automation, hyper automation, and up to GPT-3 in artificial intelligence. These are the things you need to learn from second year, third year, final year, irrespective of branches. If you want to get into automation side, no, sir, I want to get into data science. So from the second year beginning, make sure you develop your skill in big data, data analytics, or programming language, and be strong in your statistics. Go up to business analytics and go up to Microsoft Business Intelligence certification. You need to go into that. Remember that, my dear friends, instead of knowledge, your skill and certification is going to decide quite a bit. So I told you, second year, you decide if either want to go to automation, do this. If you want to come into data science, do this. No, sir, I want to get into cyber security. I'm very much interested in forensic science. Then from the second year, start learning about the Linux operating system, computer networks, cryptography. First, get the Certified Ethical Hacking Certification, CEH, Certified Ethical Hacking Certification. Then, when you come into final year, get GIAC certification, GIAC, Global Information Assurance Certification. So for automation, data science, cyber security. Now, some people think, sir, I'm very good in creative, innovative ideas. I want to work in design field. Then you have to learn about design thinking. You have to learn about UI or UX. You put in Google UI, UX, you will know user interface and user experience. Huge opportunities are there. So you have to learn about design thinking, UI, UX, and iApps. iApps. That's the next best technology because intelligent apps, a very interactive app we are going to get. So you need to develop that skill. So if you want to come into design, you need to learn along with IoT, Internet of Things. No, sir, I want to come into business-oriented side. I want to work in banking related. I want to use my digital knowledge in banking side because this huge opportunity is going to be coming. Even today, I've written in Twitter, in my Twitter, I've written huge opportunities are coming for digital technologies. In fact, I keep updating in my tweets every day what is happening about the technology, about the education things. My dear friends, suppose you want to come in to learn about blockchain technology, learn about business analytics, learn about financial technology, fintech. These are the things you need to learn if you want to come into business related areas after your engineering. So I told you automation, cyber security, data science, design, business. So you can keep on saying this. So you need to decide. You can't say, sir, I've done electronics communication. I got 8.5 CGPA. Somebody will give a job. It's going to be difficult. Now, again, people think that, sir, if I know coding, Python or JavaScript, will I able to get after 4 years? Today, you will get after 4 years. See, right now, one of the Harvard Research Journal says, right now, 78 projects are done under Python or JavaScript. You know this language well, you need to code well, you get a job. But after 4 to 6 years, in next to 4 to 6 years, about 50% of the jobs will be maybe under Java and Python, but 50% will be specialized programming language oriented projects. So if you're doing computer science or information technology, information science, remember you need to learn something extra, additional programming language like Go or Swift, Ruby, Kotlin. These type of languages will get you better opportunities when you move up. So you need to know. So engineering, it's not only the branch is going to get you the skill and the certification, you need to do it. Make sure in the next 4 years, 70% of your placements will be not through campus placement. 70% of the placement will be through competition and challenges. So make sure from the second year, start participating in a lot of competition challenges. Any company, suppose you want to join Microsoft, you need to participate in the contest like Microsoft Imagine Cup. You want to get into Google Code Jam contest. If you want to get into Amazon Open Campus Challenge. So there are every company has got some competition challenges to recruit to make sure the students exhibit their skills. And make sure when you do engineering, project yourself in the digital platform. You need to have your own YouTube channel. You need to have your own blog. You need to have your Facebook page. Talk about the technology. Talk about what you learned. Keep updating. And very important, make sure when you do a lot of projects, paper presentation seminars, you have to be very active on your GitHub account. GitHub account is going to play a very vital role. Any professional degree, whether you're doing arts or science or engineering, laws, GitHub, now people have started looking at GitHub to analyze, assess the students' practical oriented knowledge on how skillful he is. So you should know about all this. Don't expect somebody to come and tell you all this. Make sure that you cannot expect to be spoon-fed because few colleges do say all this, few colleges doesn't say that. So you need to know about all these things before you move up in your career. And make sure you need to prepare for even the GATE examination from the very first year. The GATE exam is going to play a vital role also along with your, because today it's going to be like an exit exam in future. Even today, the public sector companies says only if you're qualified in GATE, you are eligible for the job in public sector. Suppose you want to get into Bharat Electronics, Bharat Heavy Electricals, IOC, Indian Oil Corp. You need to qualify in GATE to apply to those things. So you need to really prepare for GATE exam from the very first year itself. Next, I'll come about to commerce students. Arts and commerce students, people think about, will ask me, JP sir, which is better, BCom or economics or BBA and all this. I tell you, my preference will be BCom or economics. If you're looking for accounting jobs, you want to do CA in future or wants to do MBA related, then I would prefer BCom. No, sir, I want to come into data science. I want to come into banking side. I want to write financial analyst. Then I will prefer economics. So make sure whether you do commerce or economics, you need to learn about blockchain, financial technology, business analytics. Make sure when you pass that, while doing your BCom or economics, start preparing for CAT exam from the day one. And after you complete, start preparing for CFA exam, Certified Financial Analyst. Again, a very highly competitive exam, huge opportunities are there. And again, remember, sir, I'm not so much brilliant to do accounting job and all this, to do CA. Can I suggest something new which has got huge opportunities? I don't know how many of you heard about a fantastic opportunities. Remember, this is not only for commerce accounts, even computer science student can come into this field if he's interested in accounting field. I told you everything is going to be digitalization. So the biggest opportunity again is going to be related to accounting, forensic accounting and fraud detection. I repeat, forensic accounting and fraud detection. Huge opportunities are coming. You put in Google forensic accounting opportunities. See, even our Chartered Accountant Council, ICAI, is offering a certificate course and a professional course in forensic accounting and fraud detection. Again, huge. You can do that course after you complete your degree. See, I told you from the beginning, it's going to be interdisciplinary. When you're doing your BCom, you will have knowledge in accounting, but you will not have knowledge in data structures and all this. But forensic accounting should have knowledge in data structures and also data science and related to accounting. Even a computer science student will have knowledge about data structure, but he will not have accounting. So again, anybody can do, but he has to learn. That's why I tell you again, my dear friends, you need to really plan well from the very beginning of year, which area you want to focus, which skills you need to develop. And most of them is have to learn to be online. I just always tell you the person is going to learn faster, going to learn first are going to be the super winners. So make sure you need to really do all this. Along with that, if you do some foreign languages like Japanese or German language, from the very first year, your opportunities will increase tenfold, whether you are commerce or the engineering students. For example, my first preference will be Japanese, first year complete N5, second year N4, third year N3. Or if you're looking for German, A1, first year, second year A2 and B1 in the third year. So if you finish all this, huge opportunities are going to come, especially Japanese language is number one. Japanese, then come German, then French, irrespective of your things. So again, so it is better that you need to really prepare for those the foreign languages. And today, many top institutions have started giving these foreign languages while doing their course itself. That's again a biggest advantage. My dear friends, technology is going to play a huge role. Digital technologies and all this. Even in fact, I was talking to one of the top HR of a top IT company in the world. He says, JP sir, even if you're studying history, you need to know about artificial and machine learning, digital learning. So unless whether even your history or geography or engineering or medical law, everybody has to learn. So make sure you should learn, and the influence of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science is going to be immense. Right, because why I'm saying that out of 100 jobs today, 71 jobs are done by human, 29 by machine. In the next 4 to 6 years, out of 100 jobs, 51 jobs will be done by machine, only 49 by human. It's going to be highly common. It's what even World Economic Forum also focus. So you need to be very competitive in all this to make sure that you learn the skills and get the certification. And certification, okay, Coursera is there, Udacity is there, Udemy is there, whatever they, but make sure after you get all this, try to get certification from Google or AWS, Amazon Web Services, or from Microsoft. These are the best in the line. Also make sure if you have to learn the basic coding, and make sure you start participating in the open platform like Hacker Rank, Hacker Earth, Code Chef, and all this will give you still much better opportunities. So my dear students, just getting a degree mark, those days have gone. It's going to be skill based. That's why even the new education policy is giving much trust on interdisciplinary. And also they're giving more exit and entry points. You can enter any course. First year, if you complete, you will get certificate. Second year, you complete, you get diploma. Third year, put degree. Fourth year, you get the advanced degree. So everything is going to be changed in the coming years. And one beautiful thing is the UGC has said this year, the exact the guidelines are expected. Again, remember, not only UGC, even AICT GATE examination also has been the changes. This time, even GATE examination, a student can write in third year, he can write 2 subjects, but the combination which they have given, not your choice, the combination. So again, see the trust everybody is looking is you need to have interdisciplinary. Again, in UGC also have said a wonderful thing. You can, in coming years, you can do 1 course in regular and 1 course in correspondence or online. So again, you can do parallelly 2 courses again. So that's the biggest advantage. So the UGC also has now said. So again, that's going to be a bigger opportunity for the students. So you need to be very wide open, broader choice. Don't narrow down at the initial stage. I repeat, don't narrow down at the initial stage of your career. Look up broader, because the way things, nobody ever expected the COVID-19. Nobody ever expected that we'll be doing this type of programs over Zoom or the Google Meet or anything. Everything has become online. Interactions, everything. So everything is becoming digitalization. So make sure that it's so even if you do commerce, economics and all this, you need to learn this. Again, regarding science, whether you take BSc Maths or physics or chemistry or botany or zoology, make sure that you should be interested in teaching line. And make sure if you're doing maths, physics or chemistry, start preparing for JAM exam, Joint Admission Test for MSc. Again, many students start preparing only finally. I tell you, JAM exam is equally or more difficult than even IIT JEE exam. So I still tell you that if you're looking at a teaching job, research oriented, you can start doing, do your BSc physics or chemistry or mathematics, start preparing for JAM exam for the first year, write the exam. All the IITs, the top IITs, not every IIT, all the top IITs and top NITs, National Institute of Technology and ITOP in Indian Institute of Technology, offers courses for masters in maths, physics and chemistry. Huge opportunity. So again, you need to prepare for JAM examination. So again, you need to know about all this. Again, if you come into humanities side about English, because I'm just going fast because I want to give more time for the question answer session, because I need at least 2 to 3 hours for my entire session, my presentation. But today, due to online COVID-19, we need to make it very short. It's going to be tough. But anyway, I have my own YouTube channel, Career Guidance JP Gandhi. I repeat, Career Guidance JP Gandhi YouTube channel. I keep updating all the things on my Twitter also. Next, I'll come humanities. And again, related to humanities, huge opportunities are coming because people need content developers, technical writing, YouTube development content developers, and all this huge digital. Even in the things, you can move into broadcasting journalism, visual communication, mass communication. You can learn some foreign language. So again, humanities also, or again, you need to learn the digital skills in that also. Next, coming to design, people really first begin fashion design. You can go about NEFT, NID, and all this. There are some private like Symbiosis Institute of Design and all this. Make sure when you're doing some design thing, make sure learn about design thinking skills and UI and UX. If you're doing anything related to design, learn design thinking skills and UI UX. That is going to be an eye about IApps. Everything is, I told you again and again, keep telling you that in future is going to be IApps, intelligent apps. That's going to be the change of the world in digital technologies. So we need to prepare for that. So even in design. So after you do any design courses, make sure that you do post-graduation also. That's very important. Even National Institute of Design, NID, the top premier institutes have started related design management oriented courses also in both Bangalore campus and also in the Ahmedabad campus, Gandhinagar. So again, related to design, this is the major things. Then I'll come back if you have any specific about civil service, about any other course and all this, because I would like to give more trust on the first on engineering also. My dear students, again, I keep telling it, engineering and technology is going to play a huge role in the future. There's going to be huge demand for skilled digital technologists, huge demand. So make sure that join a good college, start preparing for about all this programming, coding skills and all this. Many people ask me, sir, I'm a biology student. Can I do computer science? Can I do engineering? If you have maths, physics, chemistry, biology, sir, is advisable. Can we do? I'm going to come a little later to medical related. I'll come after this. My dear students, even if you're a biology student, if you have maths, physics, chemistry, you can do it. Engineering, computer science also, nothing wrong about it. One thing remember, my dear friends, see today the technology in such a way that the skill and the certification by the companies are going to play an important role. My dear friends, for example, a student suppose joining electronics and communication, electrical or mechanical and all this, because many students ask me, sir, I want to develop my career in e-vehicle, electric vehicles. So can I take mechanical or electrical engineering? I would rather suggest electrical engineering, because again, the e-vehicles, the biggest the thing is you need three technologies you need to really know about. First is MATLAB, that you will learn during electrical. Suppose you are mechanical, suppose you are joining any course related to e-vehicle, they'll first teach you about MATLAB, about electrical and electronics, because the student doing electrical electronics will have the MATLAB, the battery management technology, and sensor fusion. Sensor fusion. My dear students, today you go in Udacity. In Udacity, put sensor fusion engineering, right? While doing your electrical course, electrical engineering or mechanical, do this course when you come in third year, final year. Do this sensor fusion, get updated about the MATLAB and battery. Getting a job will not be a problem, because future is going to be autonomous vehicle engineering, driverless car and all this. So all this, again, it needs the sensor fusion engineer is going to be in big demand. So you need to learn. This doesn't cover in our syllabus and all this. So you need to know about this. Then next, many people ask me, sir, whether it's biomedical or biotechnology, which is going to be better? See, again, both. Remember, if you're taking biomedical or biotechnology, start preparing for GATE examination, because even biomedical, the the paper have been included from last year. That's the biggest advantage of doing biomedical. And biotechnology. Biotechnology is already there in GATE exam, because you need to do further studies in that. Sir, if you're looking for a research in biotechnology, sir, is more of a research-oriented career, then I would prefer biotechnology, not biomedical. If you're looking for a job in 4 to 6 years, then I will recommend biomedical. But if you want to go for a long run, sir, I can prepare for my GRE, I can go abroad for a master's, my parents can support it, then you can do biotechnology. But make sure if you want to go abroad, start preparing for your GRE exam, TOEFL exam from the very second year, and start doing a lot of paper presentation project. Select the area which is going to give you a lot of opportunity. You cannot do generally biotechnology. In biotechnology, I will rather prefer genomics. If any biotechnology doing some research work related to genomics and masters in genomics, you got huge opportunities. A lot of funding also is available. But again, this all depends on how much work you have done during the 4 years of your BTech biotechnology. So if you want to get into masters, you want to specialize in genomics, which is going to be one of the best top line in biotechnology area, specialized skills. You got huge opportunities in that. Again, you need to, suppose you want to do it in India, you need to really qualify with good marks in GATE examination. IIT Kharagpur, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore are the top line for biotechnology. No, sir, I want to get into a job. I'm not more on research oriented, but I'm interested in medical field. Then take biomedical also. But make sure only biomedical is not going to get you a job. Biomedical, along with learn about artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science. I don't know how many of you watched the Google Sundar Pichai's video. It says that the biggest influence of artificial and machine learning is going to be on the healthcare sciences. Today, Google has submitted a research paper through the eye scan. They can even predict cardiac vascular, the cardiac arrest 5 years before. They can predict even 5 years before. Applying data sciences and machine learning things, even you can predict a person's a readmission in the hospital for a critical stage 48 hours before. So data science is also going to play a huge role in the healthcare systems. So again, students doing biomedical, if you want to really build up in these related areas, you need to learn artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science, which is not in your syllabus. You need to learn. That's why I tell you, interdisciplinary skill is going to play a huge role in engineering. That you need to really know about it. So again, regarding engineering, make sure you from the very first year start doing learn about the aptitude skills, because most of the companies for the placement, people only come in the third year, final year, start preparing for your aptitude. No, you can start from the very first year itself. I tell you, there are wonderful apps are available. Puzzler's World. Most of the companies, the puzzles and IQ questions are appears from particular app. So start doing from the very first year, start making a habit, whether it rains or doesn't rain, start doing at least at least 3 or 4 in the morning, 3 or 4 IQ puzzles every day, every day. So by the time you complete your engineering, you can crack any of the aptitude tests done by whether it's a Microsoft or IBM or Google or any. So you need to really practice those things. So doing 4 or 5 puzzles every day is not going to take not more than 10 to 15 minutes. So you need to allocate time for that also. So aptitude skills, it's very, very important. And again, I told you about the foreign languages and all this. Again, one more thing, many people ask me, sir, I've done computer science, maths, physics, chemistry. Can I do biomedical? Suppose, yes, you are eligible to do biomedical, even if you don't have biology, but if you have maths, physics, chemistry. So remember that it's either way that. So even the maths, physics, chemistry, biology student can take computer science. Maths, physics, chemistry, computer science take biomedical or biotechnology also. So it's a overall thing about I've given engineering. Engineering and technology is definitely got huge opportunity. I keep telling, but it's going to be skill based. Choose the best colleges available. Don't compromise the college. Maybe if you don't get computer science, don't go down. I would rather prefer to do electronics communication, electrical electronics, because anyhow you have to choose which area you want to develop. So because the same thing 5-10 years before, I tell people, if you don't get EC, go do computer science, or if you prefer EC, if you don't get in first top line self-financing RV college, you can go to next college. But here today, I tell you that if you don't get the computer science in RV college, I would rather tell you to do EC in RV or Triple E in RC or even instrumentation. Any circuit branches would be my first preference. But if you're taking mechanical and civil, mechanical also has got good opportunity if you learn about robotic process automation. You have to be very strong in your RPA, robotic process automation. And if you're taking civil, again, make sure that there are the entire world is now it comes into smart construction technology. So if you're doing civil, the smart construction technology is not covered in our syllabus. So you need to learn about smart construction technology, and you need to learn about computational structural engineering. If you're thinking, you have to be very strong in these two areas. So when you complete civil, even you can get good job. Just doing civil, you will get only site in your job, which is not high salary oriented. But if you know about the computational structural engineering or the smart construction technology in civil, suppose you learned as additional thing, or the industry automation constructions, or the home automation related. So if you learn all the skills, it's definitely is going to be huge opportunity even in civil. But again, it is because the entire scenario is changing. That's why I'm telling you, we are in the transition time. The industry 4.0 transition will be there till 2023. That's what the World Economic Forums think. So when you're in transition time, you will not know exactly, but you need to know about, keep updating, learn whenever the chance comes. That's what. So after 2026, we'll know this is going to be the faster growth. This now it is in this thing, because again, one more area, how quantum computing is going to play a huge role. So again, that's why I don't really tell people computer science will be the best. No, I never tell this. 5 years back, I told people to take computer science, but right now I'm telling the way the quantum computing and other technology is going to come, the GPT-3, it's going to change the entire scenario in the even IT software and many fields. That's why I'm telling you, see, one particular branch. See, I've seen today, everybody is asking, sir, will I get computer science in particular college? Can I do computer science? See, people just follow the animals. Like, no, just if somebody takes, again, follow few people, 5,000 people follow it up. No, start thinking different. Start thinking to be an entrepreneur also. Lot of skills, lot of new avenues are coming up. Huge opportunities are there. I'm very happy. One of my students in IIT, she sent me about a few days back a project which was approved and it's been endorsed, and she got the patent, and one top company is negotiating to take it. What she was done is, can you believe it? She has created an emotional music player using Python language and Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. She's created a first time in the world emotional music player. Suppose you have a music player in your mobile app. Suppose you search for, you would have stored your favorites and all this. Now there's an extra thing is going to come. Once that you open your mobile, the music player, any music player, The camera will be automatically on. It will read through artificial your face, facial expressions. Suppose you are in a very sad mood, it will give preference of sad songs. Suppose you are in romantic mood, it will give romantic songs. You want to be an entertained dance. So emotional music player is coming to force. She created that. See how people are able to think something different. That's why even Shiv Khera said, successful people doesn't do different things. They do things differently. So you need to do it. And the last, medical. My dear friends, MBBS is always been one of the top line. And this time, also we expect the NEET score to go up by 30 to 40 marks compared to last year. I repeat, the NEET medical cutoff will definitely go to 30 to 40 marks more because the repeaters are keep on doing. Last year, if you see, almost 70% of the repeaters joined government medical college. This time, almost we expect 75% people are going to join repeaters course. Going to go into government. So it's going to be highly competitive. And also remember that if you don't get medicine, suppose you want to get repeat one time, nothing wrong. But if you don't get medicine, my next choice will be veterinary science. If not, next naturopathy. See, naturopathy doesn't need NEET exam. With your biology and physics, chemistry marks, you can, because naturopathy is became yogic science, is becoming huge demand today, because everybody have started after COVID-19 that your immunity should be strong, you should be medically fit, you should be healthier, you should have diet control. All this come into naturopathy and yogic science, because today even allopathy, in every COVID center, people make you to do exercise, they give you diet food, they want to make your immunity strong. Again, the naturopathy doctor comes to force. Then Indian medicine. Then regarding the paramedical courses, whether it's a B Farm or physiotherapy or optometry or whatever, there are huge turns. But remember, these type of courses are good. I'm not denying that, because they are the biggest healthcare support they are like God to us today. But remember, I wish that the government or the private hospital do something regarding their salary. See, the biggest negative point about the paramedical course, you get job, but the salary level is really, really very less compared to the other some of the careers. So I still believe if you're looking for a paramedical course, make sure post-graduation and specialization. Anything related to medical field, make sure you do not only undergraduation, do your post-graduation and specialization, but you need to have some financial support and should be highly competitive about that. And again, the one of the biggest profession, the noble profession after doctor, is teaching. Always even teachers will be needed. So somebody yesterday, I was doing a program like this for the National Youth Council across India. One girl asked me from Delhi, from JNU, a wonderful question. And she asked me, JP sir, even people in JNU, people come and talk in online about how the digitalization automation. Can you tell me 4 professions which will not affected due to artificial intelligence, robotic, all this huge technology? Can you tell me this 4 professions will exist till this world exists? A wonderful question she asked me. You know what I said? First, robotic surgery might come, but a robot cannot become a doctor. So medical field will exist till this world exists. A robot cannot become a doctor. You will have a robotic surgery. Same way, so many online classes can come. So many Zoom meetings, Zoom classes or Google Meet, but you cannot replace a teacher. Robot cannot become a teacher. Even today, if you look at the online classes are not very successful. People want the regular class. So teaching profession will exist if the world exists. Next, architect. You have to write the NATA exam. Today, even civil might be wiped out because 3D printers started building the constructions. But to 3D printers, somebody has to program, somebody has to design. So only human can do. Robot cannot have the sixth sense. So architect will exist till this world exists. And the last one is cook, which nobody would have ever dreamt of it. You see, even Australian master chef or whatever the equipments or whatever it comes, only human can. There is a human touch. In Tamil, they say, Amma Samayal da. Mother's cook is always the best. They have that, the kai pakvam, they say the hands touch. It makes a difference. So cook will exist till this world exists. So I've talked about the various careers. I would have missed a few things. You can ask in the question and answer session. I'll be very happy. Thank you for the patient listening. Thank you once again, the Hindu and all the sponsors, for giving this opportunity to share. If anything more, you can contact me through jpgandhi@gmail.com. I repeat, jpgandhi@gmail.com. Or you want to get into things, you can get into my office number 999, I repeat, 999-489-7500, 999-489-7500. Right, thank you so much. Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
JP sir. It was so informative. And we'll move on to question and answer.
Yeah,
This is from Sauvik Das.
okay.
Sir, I have completed BTech in 2015, and after that, I was into a business. Now I want to do a job, but before that, I want to pursue either a MBA course or some certification course in data science, Python and all. Sir, which course should I pursue so that I can get a job?
See, I would rather suggest you to do a course on online or one-year program in business analytics. You have postgraduate PG diploma in business analytics or even online, but you should be very strong in your statistics. You should have strong in R language. But if you want to do it professionally also, there are institutes out there. For example, in Chennai, they have Great Lake Institute of Management, again, one of the top line. Even IIM Calcutta, Indian Institute of Science, everybody offers related to course related to business analytics. And after that, you have the business analytics courses and all this. If you possible, I told you can do CFA exam or you can get the Microsoft BI intelligence certifications and all this. Will add feathers to your cap. But I would rather doing the business analytics will be my first prime choice for you. Yes.
Okay. Sir, is it preferable to do BSc Data Science or BSc Statistics as distance learning degree while doing BE?
Yeah, very
CSC
good
while
question. The first thing I would rather tell you to do engineering, computer science, and come into this because that will give you a broader outlook about the learning faster things. But if not, you're not able to do it, you can do. I would rather, I'll tell you to do a BSc data science and in correspondence do BSc, I mean, statistics. So it will be a thing. So you will get a full time because you need to learn the big data, data analytics, business and relate so much thing. But that you can learn, somebody has to really, it's better that you have face-to-face in the regular classroom. Statistics can be learned a little bit through the correspondence or through distance education online also. So my suggestion will be do BSc data science regular and statistics in correspondence.
Shreya is saying she is very much interested in chemistry. So can you please guide her what would be the best course to pursue?
See, chemistry you can do. What I tell you is that if you're very much, let's say again, you need to decide. So you want to come into research or teaching or job. If you want to get into teaching, you need to do your BSc degree, MSc, B.Ed, M.Ed, Masters, then PhD. That's again, write the examination, go about it. If you want to come into the research oriented, I tell you, if possible, do from the central universities. Central universities offers integrated programs. Do the integrated program. Then in IIT, you have a program known as MS by Research. MS by Research. Or you can write even once you do your 5 years master's degree, you can write even GATE exam in chemistry. Write GATE exam, do your math. Otherwise, do your BSc chemistry. I told you, do JAM exam, start preparing for a JAM exam, join IIT and decide your thing. Suppose you want to come into some very specific. Even after doing, you can do masters in medicinal chemistry. MSc in some of the deemed medical universities, they offer MSc in medicinal chemistry, or even you can come into neurosciences. Or you want to come into you want a job oriented, you can come into industrial chemistry. So after that, after your BSc chemistry, you can do your MSc industrial chemistry. So you need to decide which area: research, job, regular jobs, teaching job, or you want to get into, I told you, research, teaching, and regular job. These three, you need to decide which area. Yes.
Vinay Kumar, what is your suggestion for PCB students if they are not able to make out NEET?
PPT.
PCB. I think physics, chemistry, biology students.
Okay.
If they are not able to make out
NEET. That's why I told you, if you're not able to clear MBBS, maybe you can try one more year, nothing wrong. I told you, repeaters are the top performers today. If not, next best will be veterinary science. Next, I told you, naturopathy, fisheries, then come into the Indian medicines like homeopathy and all this. For that, you need NEET. For naturopathy, you don't need. Then you can think about agri. Then you can think about the paramedical courses. In paramedical, my top suggestion will be B.Pharm, optometry, then the speech and audiology. Optometry also has got huge because huge developments are taking place in the lens technology and also in the eye care. So again, you can think about, in case you're not able to do it, you can think about B Farm. In B Farm also, don't stop with. You can come into management. You have MBA in pharma management, or do M-Pharm in pharmaceutics or pharmaceutical chemistry. Again, it's got good opportunity. Or you can get into lateral entry to Form D, pharmacy doctor also, after B Farm. You can do after +2 also, but rather I would say if you want to research, first do your B Farm, get the taste of it. If you really like it, then you can enter into Form D. Because many students entering pharmacy doctor, after 3-4 years, they get saturated and say, no, JP sir, can I divert and all this? So that's the big problem. That's why I'm telling you, don't narrow down at the initial stage. So in case, the next is, I told you, speech and audiology. Again, that also is good opportunity if you want to be a professional. Yes.
This is from Likit Singh. He requests you to counsel me about defenses, army.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, I'm really proud that you're going to serve to Indian Army. Hats off to you. We are proud of you because we need people like you, right? Okay. One, the after 12th standard, people really start preparing from 10th standard itself. After 12, they write the National Defense Academy, NDA exam. Then they go about it. That's one way of entering. Then, even after engineering, you can get into the defense side, writing CDS exam. So when you suppose join engineering, suppose you're not able to clear NDA after 12th and you join the engineering, you start preparing for CDS exam from the very first year of engineering, Combined Defense Service examination. You can go about that and you can clear it, and there's a step by after that. Once you clear the serious exam, you have medical fitness, you have interview, then you have some other tests to make sure they admit into the academy. Otherwise, sir, I want to come into Air Force specifically. The Air Force conducts every year a common Air Force Common Admission Test, AFCAT, CAT, Air Force Common Admission Test. You can come into Air Force. Again, you have technical entries came in on all this. There are a lot of keep short service or staff selection commission and things. For that, you can always refer Join Indian Army. Put in Google Join Indian Army portal, you get all the recruitment process. Even after 12th, if you want to come into Navy, you have the Naval Academy, they have BTech Naval Engineering courses. Again, number of seats are very less, highly competitive. If you're preparing for your JEE main, maybe it will be useful for you. So these are the few entry levels towards Indian Army, Navy, and Air Force. Yes.
This is from Jayesh Korade. Yes. Sir, if I do BTech in computer science, then after engineering, can I do masters in pure science fields like physics because I want to go into practical physics?
Maybe in India, it might be very difficult, but maybe you can do it in master's degree in US, right? Okay, suppose you're doing engineering, you want to be very specific about physics. See, what we tell you is start preparing for your GRE and make sure you do some project related to physics. And not only GRE, out in GRE, you make sure that you score out of 340, make sure that you score 300 plus. And remember, start preparing for your subject GRE, normally known as AGRE, where in that physics also is there. Because if you want to divert from engineering and you want to come into to do a master's in related to physics oriented, you want to join top universities in US, then you have to complete your subject, you have to clear your subject GRE. Sir, in India, what we tell you is that suppose you do your engineering, electronics related, I told you in today GATE exam, you can do 2 subject combination. So in that also you can do that, the physics as one of the thing, then join master's course in related. But again, you will be known as MSc. So doing BTech and MSc, again, nothing wrong. Or if you got a very high score in GATE, you can do MS by research program in GATE, where you can choose your area of interest related to physics. And most of the things, most of the top line research, optic and laser are one of the top line today. And material science also is coming in a big way. These are 2 areas you can really think about it. Yes.
Greetings, sir. I'm currently in grade 10. Yeah. I'm interested in astronomy. Can you suggest me some of the best certification programs?
See, astronomy, again, you first of all, you should be very strong in your physics. Make sure, I told you, prepare for your JEE exam. Very strongly prepare. Get more than 98 percentile in JEE main. Write your advanced exam. And in Bangalore itself, you have Indian Institute of Science, where they offer a course known as Bachelor of Science, BS, Bachelor of Science, where you can do that and make sure you can specialize in that. In case you don't get into Indian Institute of Science, I told you, again, join BSc Physics in a top institutions, start preparing for JAM, do your masters in IIT in physics related, where you can do atmospheric sciences, astronomy related and all this. Then after you complete your MSc, maybe you can go to the top institution in the US and Switzerland, all this, where they really provide very good. And also in related to in NUS, Hong Kong University, Korean. These are the few areas also they give this related to the atmosphere. But the best is something related. I mean, as you have to do it in US. So again, after your master's degree, you have to go about it. But you want to carry forward, you need to be very strong in your physics. Make sure you join Indian Institute of Science for your integrated Bachelor of Science program and do specialization related to atmospheric sciences or astronomy related. Yes.
Good evening, sir. This interaction is very informative.
Yeah.
Can you please tell some career opportunities for BSc Life Science?
Okay, BSc Life Sciences, again, it's again a broader thing. Normally people, suppose the people go about it in, I told you, life sciences, people do microbiology or botany or zoology or life sciences. There are programs, 5 years integrated program, I told you, in Central University offers life science. After that, there's support, you can go masters in, suppose you take it related to marine biology, you can go about it. You can do in Indian Institute of National Institute of in Dehradun, where you learn about the animal and the things related to the forestry related and all this. Again, if you want to come into life sciences, really there are some courses related to medical oriented. I told you neurosciences and all this. Or even people doing life sciences do hospital, MBA in hospital and healthcare, they can come into it. Again, they do it, if you're in life sciences, they can do, especially people do medicinal microbiology, or they do very strong, a strong area in biomedical genetics and all this. They do in, after that life sciences course, master in biomedical genetics, genomics and all this area. So again, more of a thing this. And as I told you, zoology, I told you, the Wildlife Institute, National Institute, they offer in case you want to come into those science. So again, see, you need to be very, life sciences is a broader area. In that, which area you want to specialize, I can throw more better light on that. That will be a better thing. But remember, again, you should be little research oriented. Don't expect big jobs. I mean, sorry, the salary level. See, the biggest problem is, again, the people right now in 12th standard, you will might be interested in so many things. But I've seen the things. That's why I always keep saying, when you're in 10th and 12th, passion overrules salary. When you come to final year, salary overrules passion. So that's the biggest problem with all of us. Then you divert. That's why you know that in the latest World Economic Forum report, it says out of 100 jobs, 78 jobs are done by people are nothing related to their undergraduation. Remember, out of 100 people, 78 people are in the profession or doing job or thing, nothing related to their undergraduation. But life sciences is good, but you should be interested in don't expect big salary. Remember, it's research oriented, do up to doctorate. Yes.
This is from Hitaishi. Can we enter IIT through GATE exam? Sir, I have a lot of interest in cyber security. What should be my roadmap? Is it fine if I do computer science with cyber security in a private university?
See, writing GATE exam and you were able to score more than 90 percentile, definitely will get master's admission in top IITs. Absolutely not a problem at all. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sir, power went off, so I came out. Yes.
Okay.
Sir, you wanted to question cyber security, right?
Yes.
See, cyber security, I told you if you're able to master, but why should you do masters? While doing your undergraduation itself, you can do it. I told you, when you do computer science or information technology or even electronics communication, start learning about one very strong knowledge in script programming language. Again, learn about Linux operating system. Then learn about computer networks. Be strong in computer networks if you want to become into cyber security. Then after that, learn about cryptography. Then the first step in your career related to cyber security and forensic, the first certification is Certified Ethical Hacker, CEH. After you get the Certified Ethical Hacker, then you can try higher level GIAC, Global Information Assurance Certification. After you complete GIAC, get the Cloud Security certification. Once you complete your cloud security certification, you become one of the top line cyber security forensic professionals in the world. These are the roadmap towards from the first year to final year. By the time you complete your final year undergraduation, get the cloud security certification will get you into a top position. Yes.
This is from Pallavi Shiradavi.
Yeah.
Namaste, sir. What would you tell about environmental science, and please suggest me a good stream in that, sir?
See, again, environmental science can be done in two ways. One, I will not rather tell you to do undergraduation narrow down. I will rather tell you either you do civil engineering, masters in environmental engineering, and all this, are doing your these courses related to basic chemistry or something, then come into masters in environmental side. But again, I would rather suggest you to do in masters rather than narrowing down in the things. But if you are very, very brilliant student, there are courses, I told you, like Indian Institute of Science and all this, they offer very good. And there are even the University of Pune offers. So these are the top line few, and masters in JNU also is offering good. So, but I would rather tell you to narrow down related to environmental studies or science in your post-graduation rather than undergraduation. Yes.
This is from Vinay Kumar.
Yeah.
He thanks you that it was a very strong experience listening to you. And he requests that please tell opportunities in forensic science in India and abroad.
No, I just keep telling you, it's going to be one of the top line jobs in the world of tomorrow, the future jobs. I tell you, first will be related to intelligent process automation and hyper automation. The second will be related to data science. Third will be related to cyber security and forensic. Fourth will be related to design. I told you UI, UX, and all this. So these are the top range. The fifth related, if you're thinking blockchain technology. These are the 5 areas where the biggest opportunities are. These are going to be the future big areas where you're going to get the prime jobs. Yes.
This is from Karthikeyan. I'm studying in 9th standard and I like architecture and engineering. Which will be having better job opportunities?
I told you, my first preference will be architecture. Maybe at initial stage you may not earn, but if you're very creative and all this, make sure that you start preparing for your NETA exam when you come in 11th, because qualifying the NETA exam is very important. Again, suppose you want to join architect also, you can definitely go about it, even writing the JE, exam. Even see, otherwise, even suddenly many people ask me, sir, architect, can I divert also? Yes, can you believe when I visited IIT Kharagpur for my program, I was very surprised when I did the orientation. When I again went, the student was in the final year. I was telling you that anybody can do. That's what I'm telling. I told this 4 years back, and right now the student is doing is the final year architect. Can you believe this? A student doing architect in IIT Kharagpur. His name is Vinay Kumar. And you know what he said when I came the program, he said, JP, sir, I'm really happy in the orientation program. You tell I can, if I want, I can divert. Third year, I realized this architect is not my cup of tea. I started learning about data science, big data, data analytics. I'm very happy to tell you, I'm doing my final year. I'm already placed in one of the top IT companies as a data analyst. Remember, he is doing architect and placed in the top IT company as a data analyst. He diverted, he learned from third year. So that's why initial, if you heard my program from the beginning, I was telling that you can divert anytime. That's why interdisciplinary skill is going to get you a job. So architect is definitely a very good option. You can do it. Yes.
This is from Chinmay. He wants to know about agriculture. How can he pursue?
Yeah, agriculture is the backbone of any country. See, one thing, remember, agriculture, the more job is available in government jobs. And you know that government job is highly competitive. I'm not denying, but there are some private jobs. Before 5 years back, we are really pushing people to do agriculture because the bank jobs were available. But right now, everybody knows that banks are getting integrated, getting merged up. 3 or 5 banks are getting merged up. Everything is coming online. So need for agriculture officer in banking industry is also is sliding. And the way the new, the farmers facility, the bill, which is again the BJP has proposed, the opposition is objecting and all this, way things are moving. Again, if you look, it's going to be very challenging. But if you're still interested, and if you're coming from a background of agriculture, definitely do it about it. And if you are doing it agriculture, do specialization in soil development or seed development, soil mechanics, soil development and seed development. These are the two areas definitely will fetch you a good job if you're doing agri. Yes.
This is from Rajkumar Kannan. Sir, how is your advice of a student who wanted to pursue sports, currently playing state level football matches, spending 20 hours of sports activity per week, and do engineering degree as backup?
No, nothing wrong. You see, never give up your things. See, I tell you, you need to do parallelly a lot of things in these days. So what I tell you is better that if you are able to really concentrate on your studies and also sports even, you can definitely do about it, nothing wrong. So do your engineering degree and do also your sports. And also there are some good sports universities also in Tamil Nadu, in Mumbai. There's one good, great sports institute where you can do your masters in sports management also. And you can carry forward your career also. Even I have seen students studying engineering, they shift to sports management. Again, maybe salary level is not as high as IT field, because IT salary is really now disintegrated many job seekers in different ways. So you cannot compare everything. But again, if you're interested, please parallelly take it forward. Concentrate on both. Never leave up your thing. I always say, don't make passion as your career, but don't leave your passion. Yeah.
This is from Vishnu Priya. I'm in 12th and I'm confused of what to choose. I like teaching profession. So if I do psychology, will it be better for the future?
No, more of a psychology, I would rather say, yes, psychology is definitely needed today because after the COVID-19, the stressfulness has come into every child, every professional people, every business people, every human being. And in fact, even our Hindu newspaper, when they said due to COVID-19, lot of calls have been getting by the psychologists also. So I am very stressful today. The psychology is got, but for psychology, instead of rather coming to teaching field, you can be a self-employed, but you can teach psychology in a college. That's a different story if you're doing a master's. But remember, only UG degree is not enough. But for psychology, first remember, being a girl, I see most of the psychologists are very successful are men. Women are there. I'm not denying women are not very successful. They are. But compared to women, men are more successful. I'll tell you why. One, first, if you want to become a psychology thing, you should be emotionally strong. The problem with the girls are they are not very emotionally strong. You should be very emotionally strong. You should have very good communication skill. The most important, you should having a lot of sense of humor. That's a very important because somebody is coming with a problem, stressful, and if they talk seriously and they start crying, and you also start crying, they'll run off. So you should have patience. You should have that skill. If you have that character in you, you can do psychology. After you doing undergraduation, post-graduation, decide which area you want to be. Whether you want to become a child psychology, clinical psychology, education psychology, human psychology, and all these are education psychology and all. If you want to come into education psychology, that's going to be huge demand. Many of them doesn't know that there's a lovely course offered in Chennai, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Youth Development. I repeat, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Youth Development. It's a deemed university.
It's one of the very prime university offering a very specialist course in post-graduation related to education psychology. And I've seen many students are really have been well placed in that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Sir, as time is running out, can I take two questions?
Two more questions, yeah.
Yeah, this is from Neha. What
Yeah.
do you suggest for medical exams, NEET or AIIMS?
No. See, now it's all gone. Now the one for UG, it is only one exam NEET. AIMS, DIPMAR, everything comes under NEET. Even if you want to get into all India Institute of Medical Science, you have to write NEET and only things. So they are remote sets of only one examination. For PG also, they are now removing the next from the next year. They are removing the PG exam. Then they put it as an exit exam. Your final year exam automatically becomes PG NEET and it will be an exit exam. And from that exam, you will be admitted for post graduation. So there's no separate exam for AIMS and all this, but for management thing, but you need to write the comment and all this, that's a different story. But if you want into government counseling regular thing, you have to write NEET exam. Yes, NEET is the only solution.
This is from Rinalini. So what course should I do to pursue a career in diplomacy?
In?
Diplomacy.
Diplomat.
Diplomacy, yeah.
You want to work in UN, United Nations organization like that, diplomat and all this. It is not necessary, but one of the biggest opportunity I would rather tell you is economics. We have seen that many of the top UN, the biggest opportunities come in that, even in India also. So, but UN needs not only that, you can do your political science and come into about it. See, again, so jobs in UN, you put in Google, you will get to know. You have to have a master degree. You should have a very highly thing. You should have a research oriented. Whatever the subject you've taken, the paper should have been internationally published and all this. Should have a work experience of more than 5 to 10 years experience. Depends on they have given the levels and all this. So if you all complete, then you can join as a diplomat in UN or anything. So again, otherwise you can get into civil service, then become a diplomat again. So you join civil, get the civil service, clear your civil service examination, join, depends on your work and all this, you become a thing. For that, maybe if you want a foreign diplomat, you have to clear the Indian Foreign Service, IFS, you have to be that. IAS, IPS, Indian Foreign Service and all this. So you need to have a foreign language. So for diplomat, first for one foreign language is definitely needed, a master's degree, good research mind, and all this. And economics will be my first, political science and all this. Yes.
Thank you, sir. I hope our participants will definitely be benefited from this.
Yeah.
And
thank
if
you
they have
so
any
much.
other, yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hindu, for the great opportunities, and a big thanks to all the sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. On this occasion, I would like to thank our sponsors once again. Our gold sponsors are Insight IAS, Hindustan Group of Institutions, Chennai, Cambridge Institute of Technology. Our silver sponsors are East West Institutions, Acharya Bangalore B School, Shaheen Group of Institutions, Peter, Gnana Darshana IAS, and the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Thank you, sir.